never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. A House panel investigating the weaponization of the government held its first hearing Thursday afternoon.
The subcommittee was established to look into claims the Department of Justice, FBI, and other federal agencies are biased against conservatives. Committee Chair Jim Jordan laid out several instances of FBI whistleblowers describing how the DOJ has targeted Republicans.
I have never seen anything like this. Dozens and dozens of whistleblowers, FBI agents coming to us.
He said big government and big tech have colluded to shape the narrative and censor Americans. I'm Dave Collins.
Southwest Airlines says they've reimbursed the vast majority of passengers who were affected by a Christmas-time meltdown, which left many stranded,
including hotels, rental cars, meals, tickets on other airlines.
The Chief Operating Officer, Andrew Watterson, apologized for canceling 16,000 flights. He told Congress that the Texas-based carrier is working to fix the problems that led up to the disaster. Winter weather stranded their crew members, and their outdated software made it impossible for Southwest to catch up. U.S. lawmakers are being briefed by Defense Department officials on that Chinese spy balloon. Melissa Dalton is top brass for U.S. Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs. She says this is not the first spy balloon sent over by China, but it was the only one to drift over U.S. territory for so long and so visibly. She explained why that was actually a good thing.
It gave us additional time to observe the balloon, assessing the PRC's capabilities and tradecraft.
In Tennessee, the Shelby County District Attorney's Office intends to review all cases involving the 5 Memphis police officers involved in the death of Tyree Nichols. The officers were members of a Memphis Police Department force called Scorpion to combat violent crime. That unit has since been disbanded. This is USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable Knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Disaster survivors are left to hope for the best in the wake of this week's deadly earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. Correspondent Obayda Hito of the Turkey news channel TRT in the town of Hatay in southern Turkey.
Many people have left their homes but stayed in places like Hatay that have been severely affected by the earthquake, hoping that they'll be able to get back into their homes, especially those homes that aren't completely destroyed, so they can get out personal belongings. But it's not safe to do that yet because of those obvious reasons, the aftershocks and the damage buildings.
The death toll from the disaster now stands at more than 20,000. In the U.S., President Biden is vowing to protect Social Security and Medicare benefits.
Folks on fixed incomes relying on Social Security and Medicare to get by. They deserve a greater sense of security and dignity.
While speaking in Tampa, the president took jabs at Republicans he claims want to slash entitlements, naming Florida Senator Rick Scott. He's proposed a plan to sunset federal programs, meaning Congress would need to reauthorize them every 5 years. Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre is filing 3 separate lawsuits against a Mississippi state auditor and a pair of national sports commentators. Favre filed the lawsuits against Shad White, Shannon Sharp, and Pat McAfee on Thursday. He accuses all 3 of smearing him. Favre became involved in a public fraud case in 2020 after investigators found he was paid $1.1 million for speeches he never made. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, you're starting to speak another language.
Babbel's lessons are voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no better way than
Babbel.
Text radio to 64,000 to try Babbel for free. Text radio to 64,000.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
My, already that time again? Well, sure enough, here we go, another day. Another day in the books. As we'll be closing out the Thursday. But hey, how about that? You know what that means? Friday! That means TGIF as we get set for the weekend. Yeah, big game coming up this weekend. What is 8-pick? Oh yeah, Super Bowl. Yeah, like many around the country, big parties planned, gatherings with friends. Who's it gonna be? I see Philly Dan is on board out of the box. As typically, he says, good morning, everybody. They better start greasing the poles in Philadelphia because the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. His forecast is 24-13. Yeah, we'll find out, right? Speaking of which, that they are, believe it or not, they are preparing for that. They have begun, they say, the process. They're greasing the poles, emergency rooms around the area, all gearing up for big celebrations Sunday night into Monday morning. Don't get the cart before the horse, as they say, right? But hi there, welcome in, welcome aboard. Like I said, here comes a Friday. What are we looking at? 10th day of February. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Here we are again, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios, based at the Home 20 in Southwest Ohio. Speaking to friends around the world. Thanks to the miracles of modern technology, right? All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends who we got checking in. Going to be, believe it or not, for those who actually, not everybody gets the weekend off, right? There will be a lot of freight moving, as always is the case over the weekend. And there are going to be some travel disruptions in places that don't often see a lot of wintry weather. Forecasters have had their eyes on this system since the start of the month. Which they now anticipate will drop maybe a foot of snow on the southern Appalachians this weekend. The storm could also draw in enough cold air to allow snow to fall in some of the lower elevations, including some of the heavily populated areas from northern Alabama and Georgia to central portions of the Carolinas and Virginia. More of a southerly snowstorm in the offing. Anybody deal with a little breezy conditions through the day on Thursday? Good golly, yeah, what a windy day. There are still wind advisories in place. Eastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania, high wind warnings. There in western portions of New York, we still have wind advisories through much of West Virginia as well. Winds are going to progressively be dying down through the overnight hours. The wind advisories in eastern Ohio, I believe, expire about 3 hours from now. On over into portions of Pennsylvania and New York. Those wind advisories and high wind warnings continue till about 7 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. But 24 hours ago, we were talking about the rains, the severe weather threat. Still dealing with some showers, nothing of the severe variety, but kind of rainy there in central and northern Georgia. Kind of a rainy night in and around the Atlanta area. Also some showers, a few pockets of heavier rain down in southeastern Alabama. More showers in the Big Bend area of Florida on into south central portions of Georgia. Now, even a little bit of rain down toward the Daytona Beach area there. Philip, he'll be waking up in a few hours. As far as the wintry side of our storm, it was right there during our final hour of the program last evening. The transition from rain to a heavy wet snow was taking place. We had in that final hour Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, who was advising there in parts of Kansas, the snow, those big fat flakes, visibility was dropping. Well, several inches of snow indeed fell across the Midwest into Thursday morning. You had messy conditions on the roads, travel delays over a large swath of the region, stretching especially from Oklahoma and Missouri right there during the morning drive. A freezing fog advisory was issued for several counties in central and southern Oklahoma. Numerous accidents reported. According to the National Weather Service there in Norman, Oklahoma, freezing fog advisory is when the fog develops at a location where the surface temperatures are at or below freezing. You get the liquid droplets contained in the fog that freeze instantly, pretty much on any surface. Kansas City International Airport was temporarily closed just before 7 a.m. local time. Crews working to clear the runways and the taxiways from rapidly accumulating snow. Now, they were only shut down for a little less than a half hour, but nearly 3 inches of snow reported near the airport at 6 a.m., about an inch more than the 2 inches that was reported there in downtown Kansas City. In the north, in northwest Missouri, St. Joe's picked up 3.5 inches Thursday morning. The snow-covered roads in northwest Missouri weren't the only routes impacted. The Quad Cities, including eastern Iowa, saw deteriorating road conditions through the morning as roads became partially covered with that heavy snow. National Weather Service was advising against travel around Dubuque after condition worsened, several highways deteriorating rapidly. During the morning hours, the snow completely covered roads. Highway 30 was one of the more treacherous, especially after a semi jackknifed in the eastbound lanes. Several locations there in eastern portions of the state picked up 3 or more inches of snow. As the morning turned to afternoon, total snowfalls of 6 inches reported across portions of Iowa and Wisconsin. The highest accumulations were in Iowa's Dubuque Regional Airport, where 9 inches of snow. Noon hour local time this past day. In eastern Colorado, I-70 was shut down for nearly 3 hours between US 36 and the Kansas border before the sun came up. Blowing snow drastically reduced visibility. Some of the preliminary snowfall reports were west of Oklahoma City. You saw the most so there, about 2.5 inches. Icy conditions led to a crash on I-44 in Oklahoma City. Those wintry weather conditions lasted well past the morning areas, including in Laramie County, Wyoming. Hazardous conditions created near zero visibility on Highway 215 around the noon hour this past day. But coming up, we'll break down, the weekend wintry weather in the southeastern USA. It's the biggest accumulations are going to be across the higher elevations, where they're saying we could see more than 2 feet of snow, 30 inches at elevations above 3,500 feet. Well, that's a pretty big wintry snowmaker in the south. So what else we have going on? Okay, let's jump over. We already said hello to Philly Dan. I'll give you more on, I had that story set up to go, as a matter of fact. Preparing for jubilant celebrations. Copy the mail. There's 5-7. Happy Friday. Good morning. Kevin checks in. Hello to the overnight crew. Little windy tonight here in Troy, Ohio. Joe Self, morning. It's finally Friday. 72 degrees at the home 20. 61 at the midnight hour. Feels like summer here in Winchester, Virginia. Everybody have a good weekend. Wow, you really did warm up over there, didn't you? Now, we're down. get ready. Your temperatures are going to be going the other direction. We've cooled off. It's currently 40 degrees outside the bunker. We were a good, 10, 12 degrees warmer than that 24 hours ago. Yeah, the warm up before the rains, and then, of course, the winds bringing in some cooler conditions. There's Pappy, right on track. 40 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. The power's back on. I knew the outage was coming. Only lasted a couple of hours, but we're back to normal. Hammer down, all you nocturnal listeners, and be safe out there. That's interesting. Pappy, I just checked when he said he got that advisory from Duke yesterday. I pulled up my text messages. I didn't have any advisories from Duke, and he's not all that far from us, but we only lost power just very briefly, enough to shut everything down, had to reset everything as far as the computers and all, but just very briefly. See, funny how the news not saying that Tesla stocks are going back upward, says Philly Dan. Hello from the Michigan Madland. Good to have you on board there. Everybody have a great weekend. There's Rockpick with 53 degrees, still raining there in Rochester. Stay safe and enjoy. There's Sylvester. Hello. It's a beautiful 80 degrees here in Terrigal, New South Wales. Had to take the day off to clean up the mess from the storm last night. We had some pretty crazy weather that hit during your show. Tore up our fence, flooded my garage. Hey, only 48 days till the Mid-America Truck Show. All right. Have a beautiful afternoon. 80 degrees. How about that? Good afternoon. Hammer down, be safe. It's 47 degrees in Plattsville, New York, or Plattville. Lynn is southbound to the house at this hour. And Mary Ann says, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. It's the weekend. Yay. All right. Hello to Debbie. Smooth sailing through south central Montana tonight. Temperatures on the rise through midweek next week, as a matter of fact. As Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, we've got 30 degrees in Carthage, Missouri at the Weiss compound tonight. Got a couple of Sam Adams and Steve Summers on the 72-inch Vizio. Life is good, Steve. A very special, one-night-only Show Me State shout-out to the Eskimo Mom from the edge of the beautiful Ozarks. All right. Hillbilly Tex hanging on to the CB antennas, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell, exit 81 off the big 75. Let's roll.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. Jump on in on a Friday. Hello to Kim. She says, hi, Steve. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Thanks for listening in, Kim. Alpine Mike looking good in Caldwell, Idaho. They're telling us temperatures may actually hit the 50s in the next few days. Looks like no ice fishing here at this point in time. Travel safe out there, truck drivers. Dipsy Driver. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience on both sides of the equator. Good afternoon, Sylvester. 36, cloudy here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. I'd like to wish my beautiful, loving wife a happy birthday today. Well, happy birthday, Dipsy Driver's better half there. Have another great show. Thank you much, Dipsy. Horse Feathers, what do you say? Hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? Or should we ask who's going to be on the air? We got any special guests tonight? Did I neglect to mention, Kyle was going to join us this Friday because he was unable to join us the first Friday here in February, and we've kind of rescheduled that for Friday the 17th. Yeah, another week down. It's been very, very busy. And, of course, he's been traveling around the country. He was in Green Bay earlier this week after just getting back. I think he'd been in California, Texas. I think he's going to actually have a few weeks in the office there at the home base in Mount Gilead, Ohio. So we're getting some work done, and of course, a lot of focus now. We're really getting focused and ready for the Mid-America Truck Show. With each pass, it's like, man, it's already the 10th day of February. Got to get stuff going, right? All right, who else we have here? Looks like Gabby is on board, and she's on Grandma's Facebook page, a.k.a. Miss Millie. Prayers for my Grammy, Miss Millie. She said good morning for everyone to be safe out there, but she broke her hand today. Uh-oh. And Miss Millie take a fall, I'm assuming? All right. Hope you feel better soon, Miss Millie. Sorry about that. Have a good night. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Partly cloudy, warm here at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia, 64 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. How about those warmer temperatures there in West Virginia? February. Anybody complaining? Buckeye Boy checking in from Lantana, Florida. 74 degrees there. Had a nice golf game with 3 guys from New York who were in their 80s this past day. They were hilarious. So good time on the golf course, right? Have a great night and a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Enjoy your time there in the Sunshine State. Cap and Ron checking in. There you go. One day closer to Monday. Well, thanks a whole lot for reminding me, Ron. Have a good night. Be safe, everybody. Hello to Elliot. Good morning, overnight crew. Checking in from Monroe, Ohio. Let's see. Hey, Steve, your tower was blinking, then it went off. Uh-oh. You know what? I see that. I bet the lights are dead. They're not flickering. The little lights aren't twinkling, Clark. Oh, boy. Hello to Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Hope you have a great weekend. I sent you a story that makes you kind of wonder about our government. All right, I will pull that up here during the break. News break just around the corner. Gail is on board in Longview, Texas. We're looking at 37 right now. High temperature of only 49 tomorrow. Wow. Cool in Texas, huh? All right. Anybody else on board? It is 844-844-3388. There's Santa Claus spending the night in a casino parking lot along the I-5. Santa Claus out. Of course, Santa Claus out in the RV, heading up to see the grandkids. All right, safe travels there. Enjoy your night. Rodney, 38 degrees from the Kansas-Oklahoma line at this hour. Shorty on board once again. One more run this week, then the next week off. Okay, we'll come back after the news break. Yeah, Philadelphia Eagles fans, they tell us, can be a bit, what do you say, extra? Yeah, known the world over as loud and proud, prone to climb utility poles or dance on top of the SEPTA bus shelter in celebration. But too much fervor can land you in the emergency room. One of the ER doctors at Albert Einstein Medical Center in North Philadelphia said she hopes fans will play it safe, not less spirited, on Super Bowl Sunday. Regardless, though, she tells us the ER teams are bracing for the aftermath of the game if the local streets erupt with revelers. They kind of anticipate that. I did say historically we see a big dip in emergency room visits during the game because everybody's glued to their television. Sometimes we will see an uptick in knife lacerations or stove burns, people cooking, preparing for the big game, getting ready for the big parties. So be careful when you're slicing up these veggies and handling those hot trays of pigs in a blanket. But the Philly Inquirer talked to 3 Philadelphia ER doctors who offered some tips how to avoid a trip to the hospital before, during, and after the game as well. More to come after this.
USA News Update. At a hearing Thursday over the ordeal of the Chinese spy balloon.
China is a real threat and one we need to take seriously, which is exactly why we're here today.
Democratic Senator John Tester of Montana spoke before a public meeting where lawmakers heard from top Defense Department officials about the nature of what happened last week. Military officials say that they and the president concluded the balloon was not a threat to Americans, and so decided to just watch it closely and then shoot it down and grab it to study how China is using them. An attorney for President Biden's son, Hunter, is hitting back at House Republicans after they requested records related to his business dealings. They said there's no legitimate legislative purpose and oversight basis for such a request. They also noted Hunter Biden is a private citizen. The demand for documents was made by the House Oversight Committee. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment.
Text radio to 64,000 to try Babbel for free. That's radio to 64,000 to try Babbel free. RADIO to 64,000.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you so much. Speaking of which, we'll get to those calls coming up here at 844-844-3388. Back to Philly, where they're really banking on a win in the big game Sunday night. Win or lose, they tell us, ER doctors at Einstein, Temple University, their three campuses, and Thomas Jefferson University Hospital said they're ready. We're ready for any mayhem or mishaps. We're always prepared for the worst. With a big game like this, the stakes are a little bit higher, though. What are we talking about? Statistics show Super Bowl Sunday can be one of the worst days of the year for car crashes. Researchers from the University of Toronto studied U.S. crash data from 27 Super Bowl Sundays. And what do you think they found? Obviously, alcohol, inattention, and fatigue contributed to an increase in fatal traffic accidents after the game. They compared Super Bowl Sunday to the preceding and subsequent Sundays, and what they found was an over 40% increase in the average number of fatalities after the game ends. That's from the New England Journal of Medicine. Now, fans need to limit or pay attention to your alcohol intake. Avoid drinking on an empty stomach. Have the designated driver or call an Uber if you're too tired to drive home. If you're at a party or at the bar, not driving home's probably the biggest advice or plea an ER doctor can give you. Pedestrians need to be extra cautious when heading home or celebrating on the streets of Philadelphia. The biggest concern in the city limits is people getting hit by cars. The ER is also likely to see people, especially inebriated ones, injured from tumbling down a flight of stairs or falling from the heights like, a greased utility pole. People climbing or jumping off things or falling while intoxicated. That's the most common visits we see by far. Now, another hazard, although rather rare, is gunshot wounds caused by people firing their guns into the air. And people have accidentally shot themselves or others. Be careful about what you do. As you know, what goes up must come down. And you hear a lot about that on the midnight hour, when the New Year's Eve celebrations, people go out and fire guns into the air. I know I've heard over the years, maybe Pappy could reinforce that law enforcement, they seek shelter. You seek an area where you'll have some cover for the risk of bullets coming down, hitting you on the ground. Of course, try not to overeat, right? Game day food, typically heavy on salt and grease. Wings, cheese sticks, pizza. Foods high in salt are difficult, hard on the heart and the arteries, and can trigger a heart attack or can contribute to heart failure. Do not wait to come into the ER if you experience unexplained chest pain, shortness of breath, or stroke-like symptoms, arm or leg weakness, slurred speech, or sudden vision problems. And stress can also exacerbate medical conditions. Try not to get overly emotional. Watching the game, stress hormones can raise your blood pressure, which can increase the risk of a heart attack or stroke as well. There's also the risk of high emotions leading to fights among family and friends, according to the doctors. Let's hope everyone has a friend or a family member who has some loyalty to the Chiefs, that they would welcome them into their home to just enjoy the company, right? Those sort of things. You see it all Super Bowl Sunday, right? You've got fans on, some fans for Kansas City, some fans for Philadelphia under the same roof or at the same bar. And for whatever reason, it's only a game, folks. It's just a game. There can only be one winner, no matter what the game is. All right, on a Friday, what do you say? 5-7 checks in out of the box.
Good morning. Hey, I attend a Pentecostal church, and now I got to admit, I've seen some amazing things, an old man getting all moved out of spirit and kicked up on the adrenaline and jumping up on the pews and running on the back of the pews all the way back to the back of the church.
Oh, wow.
And all the way back again, and if he was faking it, he could have ended up in the hospital. And old people jumping around, I've seen it, they could barely walk, they shuffled along. And, but I have yet to see any Pentecostals out there trying to climb a greased light pole. So, I mean, whatever, I will keep my God where he's at, that little football, I don't know, Army-Navy game, that's it, all right? But I have yet to climb a grease light pole. Just thought I'd share a funny, because when I took my wife to the doctor, they changed up her medication for pain. And so my wife, she was getting the high dollar stuff, and her doctor said, well, you don't need that. I think I'll put you on Tylenol. By the way, have you heard anything more about the Tylenol issue? Supposedly.
No. Can't say I haven't really seen anything, no.
Yeah, because I was seeing a bunch of class action lawsuits against Tylenol and birth defects. So, well, anyhow, she gets this huge bottle of Tylenol, and, she's repurposing her other med bottles, so she dumps some here, dumps some there, at the bedside, and there by the TV, well, there's still a half a bottle of these things, and I've been using the ibuprofen, for my arthritis, and she turns and looks at it. You got to see, she's 73 years old. She doesn't have a tooth in her head, and she's looking at me. Her hair's all, we just come in from the outside, the wind-blowed hair. It's all standing up, straight up, and curled around. And she looks at me and says, here, you take the rest of these. And I looked at her, and I said, no. She goes, why not? I go, they'll cause birth defects. And and then I went back to looking at the TV, and I could see out of the corner of her eyes. She's just standing there sitting there with the bottle in her hand. And she had that confused look on her face. Now, listen, before anybody accuses me of picking on the elderly, I want you to know this woman caused me to totally miss out on my 36th year. She kept telling me, and the kids kept telling me I was 37. So the whole year of my 36 year, they kept telling me I was 37. I never really went back to check it out. So I totally missed out on my year of 36.
Oh, boy.
So that was a family joke, yep. So, and they constantly, the kids, they were always trying to scare me. So in her old age, and she slowed down, I'm getting her back. All right, now listen, she's still sitting there with that bottle and with that confused look on her face about this amount of time, too. And then she goes, I'm 73. That doesn't affect me. What are you? Throws the bottle at me. So I got to love that woman. 40 years and 40 years, plan on being there until she buries me. So other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail, having a little fun on Friday, and enjoying the stories you come up with. If I don't get to call in later, maybe just, Steve, have a great weekend. Appreciate the job you do.
Thank you so much.
5-7, we down.
Thank you for listening in there. 5-7, you do the same. Have a great weekend. Yeah, the brain dead. You can't make this stuff up, right? He sends me the report from the New York Post. I guess coming up this summer, if a lifeguard saves you in Philly, they may actually be wearing water wings. The city is so desperate in need of lifeguards for their municipal pools that they're willing to accept candidates that don't know how to swim. According to the Philadelphia Magazine, officials say they will provide swimming lessons to applicants who are aquatic newbies, while the idea that their lives may be in the hands of a rookie swimmer may make you a bit nervous. City Parks officials tried to downplay the report and said lifeguards will get fully trained. Come on, people. We only have to train a handful of folks, according to the department commissioner. I wouldn't say they can't swim. They just can't pass our screening test on the first try. But the city needs 400 lifeguards to operate their 60-plus public pools, and the competition with the private sector to find lifeguards as well. It's pretty tough. Every fast food place, every retail location, everybody's hiring, some offering signing bonuses and higher hourly rates. Philadelphia initially closed public pools during the COVID pandemic in 2020. They brought them back in 21 without enough lifeguards. They've since been had trouble getting enough applicants for it's only like a $16 to $18 an hour job. In addition to giving swim lessons, the city will also waive certain costs associated with becoming a lifeguard, like Red Cross lifeguard certification course. Of course, Philly's not the only city drowning in concern over the lifeguard shortage. The American Lifeguard Association said last summer that the shortage is affecting about a third of the nation's public pools, many of which are having to limit their operations or close many facilities. New York City also contended with a number of loss of lifeguards last year. Only 26% of last year's 900 lifeguard job applicants passed the city's lifeguard training program test. Some say their test is too difficult to pass. I don't know, but here comes the lifeguard with his water wings on, right? Oh, boy. Our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, every once in a while, growing up, Grandpa would say, I'll give you an E for effort. Rather than an F for failing, right? E for effort. Guess we could give that the Iowa DOT, Motor Vehicle Enforcement Division, recently spotting a vehicle with a homemade license plate. DOT sharing the strange plate discovered by an officer during a traffic stop on their local social media channel. Yeah, don't be suspicious. No, don't be suspicious. You want to know a quick way to get pulled over? Make a license plate out of the same numbers and letters as your mailbox. That's what they did. Facebook users in disbelief that the driver actually thought this rudimentary plate would fool anybody. Please tell me this is a joke. Please. How could anyone be this dumb to think they could get away with this? Maybe they were just practicing their license plate making skills for when they end up in prison, right? Another said, well, considering how many four-wheelers as well as big trucks I see without a license plate anywhere, you ought to give this guy, this old boy or girl, a pass for at least trying, right? The E for effort. That's comical. Yeah, but it's like they went to Home Depot or whatever and bought a pack of those little letters and numbers that you put on your mailbox. There's my license plate number. CNI Dog, what's happening this Friday morning?
Good morning.
Morning.
You were talking about bottlenecks for trucks, I believe, yesterday?
Yes, top 10.
Okay. I live in the Chicago area, and I think I brought it up before, but since you brought it up, I'll bring it up again. The reason 290 is so bad, imagine all that traffic that comes off of 90 from the west, and they think that they're going to make pretty good time taking that 290 and then curving down to 294 and proceeding down to 94 into Indiana and out east, okay? But what happens is they got the one lane for 290. It's just past St. Charles. It's right by 88. So it converges onto 294 just before 88. And it's an open lane. So what happens is a lot of vehicles decide that they want to cut in line on the 290 for the people going south on 294.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not trying to sound complicated, but that's what leads to a lot of the problems. I think they should create a flyover lane that isolates that and then merges them in real time a little bit closer to that interchange for 88 and 294. The second part is wrong with that is they used to have what's called the Hillside Strangler. It was the ramp for Hillside kept interfering with, the flow of traffic. So they isolated that left and right. But the biggest problem I see every time I try to go downtown, 290 is a straight shot downtown from the western suburbs, is First Avenue and Austin. Both those ramps are on the left side of the highway instead of all being on the right. So when traffic merges on the left side, it kind of snarls up everything because usually if the left side's open, it would keep flowing, and the people who want to flow, they just shuffle to the left and just keep moving, and then the people on the right just have to deal with the merging traffic. But due to the fact that you have people merging on practically both sides, not all in the same spot, but that's going to cause a big problem. They should move those ramps to the right. They had them like that for many, many years, even when I was a kid. Last thing, I've always said things about people who block people out in the left lane because, you go to try to pass them and they speed up.
Right. Yeah.
I call it slow down to let them move around or let them get around. My mother-in-law, and she's about 90 years old, she said that, I can't stand those people who you go to pass them and then they speed up and they block you out there. That's what I've been talking about since 2008. Love the show, and I'll be listening. And I also listen to the podcast.
Thank you so much, C&I Dog. Have a good weekend. Enjoy that Chicagoland traffic, right? Good times. All right, let's get a breakdown for you here. Weekend snow may be coming for areas that aren't usually accustomed. I'll tell you what, we got a few minutes. I'll go ahead and get to Dan. I think Dan's been on hold a couple times this week and had to drop off. Hello, Dan. How you been?
Pretty good, Steve. How you been doing?
Doing all right. Happy Friday.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I'd call. First of all, I want to say something. This is for Heatwave. I certainly hope if his wife's numbers, if the numbers he reported are still persistent, he really needs to get that poor woman to an emergency room because they would not release her from a hospital with a 200 systolic and 185 on the lower end like that. That's danger zone for a stroke.
Huh.
So, yeah, I mean, my wife is a retired 50-year nurse, RN, and, I was mentioning that to her, and she said, man, that's very dangerous. She said, when we had them come in the clinic like that, they're either going to get that down or they're going to the hospital, and unless they check out against medical advice. But anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up. I mean, I never heard of some doctor, just keep giving you another blood pressure pill, and it never happens. But what I'd tried to call about a couple times this week, Pappy called, and I like his calls, and I appreciate what he does for for law enforcement and so forth. But this idea that when it's all said and done, we're all going to get behind whoever the Republicans nominate, not in my case. And I think there's about 35% of us that feel the same way. People can say what they want, and I have not heard very many Republicans speak out against this other than people like Jordan and Comer. But what the federal government did to private citizen Trump, then to President Trump, I'm talking the FBI and the Justice Department, and then to President Trump when he tried to run for office. Every one of these allegations, the Russian collusion, it's hard to go back, and then now the Hunter Biden story. And the FBI, law enforcement, out there telling people what not to print, 51 people that made a fool of themselves or proved that they're liars. If Trump does not get the nomination, then they've won. Then their lie has won. They obviously didn't think this lie was going to be exposed. I'm talking about the FBI. They didn't think it was going to get uncovered. I don't know how they could look themselves in the mirror or look their families in the mirror and tell them what they do for a living. And I mean that. I have zero respect for those people. And quite frankly, the agency should be disbanded. But to sit there and take time and to go against an individual running for president because you don't like him, that if he's not on the ballot, then I'm not voting in the general election.
Really? Okay, well, hold that thought there. News break time.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. House Republicans' probe into purported weaponization of the government is getting underway, with a new GOP-led subcommittee holding its first hearings today. Committee Chair Jim Jordan says lawmakers are hearing from rank-and-file agents as whistleblowers.
Not Jim Jordan saying this, not Republicans, not conservatives, good, brave FBI agents who are willing to come forward and give us the truth.
He said big government and big tech have colluded to shape the narrative and censor Americans. Jordan accusing DOJ of abusing its surveillance powers. Defense Department officials briefing lawmakers on the Chinese spy balloon.
Assistant Secretary of Defense for Homeland Defense and Hemispheric Affairs, Melissa Dalton, told a Senate committee the balloon moved through U.S. airspace for much longer than previous balloons, which was beneficial.
It gave us additional time to observe the balloon, assessing the PRC's capabilities and tradecraft.
Similar balloons passed over U.S. territory on several occasions during the Trump and Biden administrations. I'm Dave Collins.
Top Southwest Airlines executives come before Congress to apologize to the American public for a systemic meltdown that led to widespread flight delays and cancellations during the holidays. During a Senate hearing today, Chief Operating Officer Andrew Watterson said severe winter weather was too much for the airline that time.
Our high rates of cancellation in Denver and Chicago, where 25% of our flight crews are based, cause our crews to be displaced.
He told Congress that the Texas-based carrier is working to fix the problem that led up to the disaster. The death toll from a massive earthquake earlier this week in Turkey and Syria is now above 20,000. Correspondent Obaida Hito of the Turkey news channel TRT.
Those huge movements in the earth caused massive destruction, even as far away. We're here in Hatay, about 175 kilometers away from where the epicenter was.
This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The family of Helena Hutchins is suing Alec Baldwin for her death on the set of Rust in New Mexico.
Anyone who is responsible for her loss must be held accountable.
Her parents and sister are being represented by celebrity attorney Gloria Allred. The lawsuit filed against Baldwin, producers of Rust, and others who may be responsible for her death alleges numerous things, including battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligence. Baldwin has been charged with negligent manslaughter in a criminal case. New information from the U.S. Department of Education shows half the nation's students began this school year a full year behind grade level in at least one subject because of pandemic disruptions. According to details released this week, students in the U.S. fell further behind than those in other countries. Research published in the journal Nature Human Behavior showed students in 15 countries fell behind only about a third of a year on average. 59% of U.S. public schools principals surveyed said their schools are using some form of so-called tailored accelerated instruction to help catch kids up, particularly in reading and math. For the first time ever, the military flyover during the start of the Super Bowl will have all female pilots. The historic female flyover will be in honor of 50 years of women in U.S. naval aviation. The first female aviators accepted into the Navy back in 1973. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Or for those who may have just joined us, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive here on a Friday morning, heading into the weekend. Now, picking up where we left off there with Dan, as you heard in the news break there, this past day, the new weaponization subcommittee, as they're calling it, created by the House Republicans, aimed at countering alleged abuse of government powers against conservatives, held their first meeting yesterday, and it was a fiery affair as Democrats and Republicans collided over and over again over the very existence of the panel. Democrats trying to say they believe this subcommittee itself is a weaponization of government to rally Republicans with what they call false conspiracy theories ahead of the 24 elections. Chuck Grassley said, "What I'm about to tell you sounds like it's out of some science fiction spy thriller. But it actually happened. Over the course of our work in this committee, we expect to hear from government officials and experts like we have here today. We expect to hear from Americans who've been targeted by the government. We expect to hear from people in need. We expect to hear from the FBI agents who've come forward as whistleblowers. Yeah, protecting the Constitution should not be partisan." That was actually Jim Jordan that said that. Now, so they touched on a number of topics, but laid bare their intent to expose what is called politically driven decisions, not only in law enforcement, but in tech and healthcare sectors. We've had dozens of private interviews with whistleblowers over the past 2 years when we were in the minority in the House. Of course, none of this stuff could be brought up because they were in the minority. Now, Grassley recounted a long list of grievances. One top item on the checklist: the origins of the investigation to alleged links between Russia and Trump's 2016 campaign. He complained about what he said was unfair media coverage, criticism of his inquiry into the Biden family. Hunter has been dogged by allegations of peddled influence to his famous dad to secure these plum corporate positions and financial gains. They, in a sense, were basically calling us Russian stooges, speaking of the Democrats. Now, Ron Johnson, formerly the top Republican on the Senate Homeland Security Committee, in his own statement, linked the past two elections, the January 6 attack, and the government's response to the COVID pandemic into a wide-ranging allegation of wrongdoing by federal agencies, ignored or covered up by the media. I've barely scratched the surface in describing the complexity, the power, and the destructive nature of the forces we face, he said. In response, Democrats brought in a Representative Jamie Raskin, a former constitutional lawyer, a member of the January 6 committee that disbanded last year, to make the opposite argument, that it's congressional Republicans, not the federal government, that are weaponizing their oversight and investigative power. Oh, boy. So back and forth they go. All right. All this, he says, is being done in a bid to achieve a degree of revenge for Trump as he embarks on a re-election presidential campaign. Now, of course, a serious bipartisan committee focused on the weaponization of government would zero in quickly on the Trump administration, which brought weaponization to frightening new levels across the board. I mean, a tale of two differing opinions, distinctly differing opinions on opening day of this committee. But, all right, so, yeah, Pappy brought up a point here, Dan. He said, if you don't vote, you let them win. I get what you're saying, but when it comes down, you've got to vote. I mean, oftentimes it comes down to, what do you call it, the lesser of two evils, if that makes sense?
Well, we've done that with a guy named Mitt Romney.
Right.
And the voters of Utah trusted him. And there's an old expression, better the devil you know than the one you don't. And this is quite frankly law breaking, and it's lies. The FBI had that laptop the whole time. They know it was true. They know that. People know it doesn't add up with Biden's personal wealth from the offices he served. His wages and his salary is, of course, set in stone. I mean, we know what that is. He's a public servant. So where does the wealth come from? I don't know if you know this, at JoeBiden.com, up until about, before the 60 days ago, he had his tax returns on that website. Well, they've since been removed. But what I'm calling about is the fact that this is worse than Watergate. Having FBI agents, Lord only knows how many of them, and how many different countries out there going against an individual because they don't like him and he's running for president. I mean, I would hope that I'm sure I would have the integrity and honesty if this were, say, to be happening to Joe Biden, I'd be just as outraged about it. This is not America. I'll say that to Pappy, this is not America, government agents going out, working for the opposition candidate. That's the type of stuff, quite frankly, I think that's gone on in Ukraine. I mean, to get off at the poor example in terms of the conversation, but my point is, this is the type of stuff that goes on in third world countries.
Right.
And the only way, I mean, I just want to see, I want to see Trump get the nomination. And if the country is too stupid to vote in Joe Biden, so be it. But at least we have shown these people in government, because they're not going to stop. They consider the battle still going on. Steve, if you'd have told me something like this would have happened after the Russian, the dossier, it was a hoax. The whole thing was a lie. They lied before a FISA court. And, I mean, if you'd have told me they would be trying to do this in 2020, somebody in the FBI had to approve of this. And that's what Jim Jordan said today. Who in the FBI approved of this? Who is the one that gave the go-ahead to take a lie and go out and peddle it? And have agents go out to social media companies, Twitter, and say, this is Russian, this is a lie, that laptop's not true, it's Russian interference. Someone had to be doing that, and it would be Christopher Wray. If not, the man should be removed, which he will be if Trump gets in. But if he should be removed because he's lost control of the FBI. And I mean that sincerely. I will not vote unless it's Trump. And then you think I'm going to back somebody that Karl Rove is involved with, or the Bush-Cheney family is involved with? You're out of your mind. The last thing I wanted to say, another one that's on my you-know-what list is Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Really?
Not once. Yes, she did not mention President Trump's name. She sure mentioned Bill Clinton's name, but she never mentioned President Trump's name. And if she was told not to do that, Steve, before President Trump was elected, you and I never heard of Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Did you? I didn't. He's the one that, for 2 years, she was his press secretary. And to sit there and relate a story how on Christmas they went over to Iraq and not mention the name President Trump, but you can sit there and talk about your daddy and President Bill Clinton. I mean, you cannot tell me that wasn't deliberate. It's a lack of gratitude. She wouldn't be sitting in the governor's office if she hadn't had that job. Quite frankly, Steve, she pushed out somebody who, Lisa Rutledge, I think her name was Lisa Rutledge, who was the attorney general who was planning on running for governor. And she did it with her name. I mean, the battle is not with the Democrats. I've called you before, sir. They're more united than we are.
Well,
they've got somebody out there, huh?
Well, 100%. I mean, it seems like no matter what the case, who it is, the Democrats rally around whoever it is. Republicans are...
Well, they respect the people. They respect the people that are in office, that win the office. I mean, they really do. They don't want to upset the apple cart. But the problem is in the Republican Party. And the people before Donald Trump hate Donald Trump. They hate him. There is no resolution. And Trump better get that through his head. These people are out to destroy you. And that includes that Chris Christie and the rest of those grifters. Have you noticed they haven't done anything since they left office? He left office with a 9% approval rating in New Jersey. Lucky he let a woman go to prison, or thinking she was going to prison for him. So, but my point is, I could have not liked Trump. As a matter of fact, I know I spoke to you during the 2016 primary. I was supporting Ted Cruz.
I remember a time conversing with you, Dan, when I was trying to bring you on board with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I do recall that.
Oh, no. Right. No, right. I mean, you said some things that night that gave me a lot to think about. And I came on board with President Trump. And I am not so totally enamored with everything he's done. Okay, especially the appointments he's made. And as I said to you before, but if somebody were to sit there and tell me that this was going on in our government, how can people sit there and have any pride in what's going on? Well, but let's suppose Trump doesn't get it. What are we going to say? Yay, we won. The FBI won. We all have a parade. The lie won. Well, the lies are catching up with America. You better believe it. They're catching up with them. And I was raised by in a very religious family, especially mother, and she said the truth always comes out. God rest her soul, and it does. You don't think the FBI thought this was ever going to get exposed? No. That shows you how stupid they are. So, but I appreciate it. But no, I was not impressed at all with Sarah Sanders not mentioning President Trump's name. I thought that was either she, and I think she was told by the RNC not to mention his name. I mean, that's me. Okay, I don't know that I've not read that. So, but anyway, Steve, I've enjoyed listening to you. When is the show down in Louisville? I would like to come over and meet you before I leave this earth.
That is March 30th, 31st, and April 1st, a Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
The last weekend of March.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm definitely going to come over, but thanks an awful lot, and sorry I had to drop off here, but I was working at night, you know how that goes.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah, I understand. Yes, absolutely. That's why I wanted to get to you before you had to disappear tonight, so I'm glad we got to you, Dan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Have a good weekend. It is 844-844-3388. Now, Pappy, pretty much, how do you say? I agree with 100% of what Dan's saying, except for giving up and not voting. And I guess as far as the Democrats and respect, it's not that they respect the people that they vote in. It's a respect for their ideology. They all have the same ideology, I guess. Okay. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium premium fuel additive, available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, so weekend coming on, right? Who's going to see the snow? Now, exactly how much snow falls, as well as the extent of accumulating snow in summer, is going to depend on the track and the strength of what will be a slow-moving storm. It's going to develop over the northeastern Gulf of Mexico Saturday and move steadily northeast from Sunday into Monday. We'll start with drenching rain breaking out near the northeast Gulf Coast along a stalled front. Later today, then spreading across portions of Georgia and much of the Carolinas Friday night into Saturday. Enough rain could fall in these areas to lead to some urban and small stream flooding. But as the storm strengthens, a corresponding big dip in the jet stream will develop over the southeastern states and compensate for a lack of cold air in the region. Storms with a jet stream setup of this nature can pull down cold air from high up in the atmosphere, allowing snow to reach the ground. This is what exactly forecasters anticipate will happen Saturday night to Sunday night over the interior southeast. Never trust closed low-pressure areas, says Bernie Reno with AccuWeather, referencing this storm's setup. Mischief and mayhem always follow closed lows. The storm will begin to produce snow at the higher elevations over the southern Appalachians Saturday night, Sunday morning. Heaviest snow will be found in the areas where the air is coldest, and that would include western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee. It's probably going to be a mess through the gorge there. Western Virginia, southeastern West Virginia. We're talking a general 6 to 12 inches. AccuWeather says we could see 30 inches across elevations above 3,500 feet. Big time snow. Several inches in the forecast for areas like Asheville, North Carolina, Bluefield, West Virginia, Blacksburg, Virginia. Since the snow will come down hard at times in these areas and others in the southern Appalachians, roads will likely become slushy and then snow-covered. So slippery, difficult travel conditions along portions of I-26, I-40, 64, 77, and 81 in that region. Now, motorists that are going to be out in that area, be prepared for extensive delays and potential road closures. A delayed or maybe expedited trip is recommended to avoid the height of the storm, late Saturday night all the way into Sunday evening. This is going to be one of those wet, clinging snows that'll cause tree limbs to bend and break, could bring down some power lines. And, of course, outside the mountainous regions, the snow is forecast shaping up to be a bit tricky. Temperatures that are going to be near or maybe slightly above freezing. From Middle Tennessee and eastern Kentucky to northern portions of Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina, even central portions of North Carolina and Virginia. These are the areas that may be down to really a degree or two as far as how hard it actually snows to overcome the marginal temperatures or the warm ground. But we'll be paying attention. Huntsville, Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, Greenville, South Carolina, Greensboro, and Charlotte, North Carolina could get some accumulation Sunday into Sunday evening. The same would be true for areas a bit further to the east, Raleigh, North Carolina, Richmond, Virginia, even maybe the western suburbs of D.C. Now, closer to the Atlantic coast, the storm cranks up a northeasterly wind, winds 15 to 25, gusts near 40 miles per hour. And due to the slow-moving nature of the storm, we could talk some minor tidal flooding, rough surf, and beach erosion from northeastern North Carolina all the way up into southeastern New England from Sunday into Monday. Some areas that are prone to problems during nor'easters, like Virginia Tidewater and the Barrier Island communities in southern Jersey, and may see some minor coastal flooding during the high tides late this weekend into early next week. Kind of an interesting zone for the heavier snowfall, though, in the southeast coming your way. All right, coming up, we'll get back to the calls. Plowboy will be checking in. We'll get to, I bet that would be Gilligan and maybe, hey, Mike. Oh, it says, hey, Becky, because it's her hump day, right? Of course, other industry headlines. And I was thinking along the lines, and somebody brought it up last evening. I think it was Eagle talking about the West Coast. What if a 7.8 magnitude quake were to impact the likes of the San Andreas Fault? The death toll in Turkey is over 20,000 and climbing. We'll discuss that more. All coming up here on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. At least one person is dead after a massive fire that impacted multiple homes in San Francisco. Fire officials say the 3-alarm blaze left one person in serious condition and a firefighter in stable condition on Thursday. More than 100 personnel responded to the scene and put out the fatal fire. The Pro Football Hall of Fame is announcing its class of 2023. Cornerback Darrelle Revis and offensive lineman Joe Thomas were inducted on their first year of eligibility. Defensive legend DeMarcus Ware, Zach Thomas, and Rondé Barber will also be enshrined as modern-era players. Joe Klinko, Chuck Howley, Ken Riley, and Don Coryell were inducted as senior finalists. All 9 will be honored in Canton during a ceremony in August. The House is condemning China's use of a surveillance balloon over the U.S. The resolution was passed in a unanimous vote, came to the House floor days after the Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the South Carolina coast. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Friday, TGIF. Everybody ready? Ready for Super Bowl weekend? Yeah, again, I'm not all that excited about the game. Bengals should be playing this game. But who am I to say? Of course, I'm a little biased, right? Hello, Rick in Columbus. Yeah, Friday. Rick says, go Browns. Okay. What do you say, Plowboy? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, just not draw of the year again. Damn. Although, I will say this, Steve. It would have been a hell of a matchup between Joe Burrows and Hurts.
Hurts, yep.
Because those are both SEC quarterbacks, and you know how the SEC is one hell of a conference. Boy, that would have been a good matchup. But Kansas City is going to pull it off. I think Patrick Mahomes has got to tell you the truth. If he can play with a bad ankle and win, he'll win the Super Bowl. Really, I think it will happen. But don't really know all that much. Just with the heat waves, his wife, they did me the same way, Steve. They put me on 4 different blood pressure medicines, trying to maintain mine to stay underneath the 140/90. And I mean, it's a mess when it comes time for me to go take my DOT physical once a year.
Yeah.
Oh, it's above. Okay. Here's another pill. Oh, that pill's not working. Here's another pill. They don't want to go any further. and it really pisses me off. Really, it does. I just wish I could go ahead and sell it and figure out what causes the problem instead of just switching the pills around.
Right.
But now, I've got a question. Y'all might have talked about this. I don't get to listen very much or call in. Are we going to have a race car driver down here known as a fugitive? Is Monkey Gouger going to be pulling for that damn fugitive, or are we just going to admonish him as being a DA of NASCAR?
I haven't spoke to Monkey Gouger since the old fiasco with Mexico, but I do know when the announcement came that he's going to be driving a Chevrolet, he's going to be pulling for Kyle, right?
But he's got to be the dumbest bastard of them all. Really, he does, Steve. If he thinks his NASCAR title could allow him to get in and out of there with a 380, he's a dumbass. If he can't remember nothing, did we have a Marine go to the end of the border down there accidentally and wind up in jail and spent some time down in there until they were able to get him out? Remember that one, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. We touched on that last evening, yeah.
And this little bastard can do this. What did Rick Hendricks do? What did RJR and all these? Did Mike Pemberton help them down there and go pull some strings that we don't know about? Are we going to have a Mexican race now? One of these afternoons on a Sunday that we don't know about? This is a horse hockey. I mean, he ought to be. Hey, I'm not going.
Well, the whole the idea of equal justice for all, is that what you mean?
Exactly. Especially when it comes to somebody supposed to know everything, like that jackass. And no, I ain't talking about that thing over in Russia. I'm talking about that Marine. Because this is, well, what, hell, we can't show up in the NASCAR track with a 380 now, can we? He knew damn better.
Right, yeah.
But, well, since I've got my steam blown off, I guess did you say Flintstone was going to get some snow Saturday night, Sunday?
I mean, when they're saying North Georgia, I guess I'm going to assume maybe some of the mountains down there, Lookout Mountain, Stone Mountain, some of them may get a little snow.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I got to work Saturday night and Sunday night, so I was trying to figure out because I got that damn No Tennessee River Bridge out here. It's kind of got a little arch on it. It doesn't matter whether you go up I-65 or US 31. And needless to say, I've been known to go over and sleep close to where I work at just so I don't have to mess with that bridge because it can get nasty and dangerous on it. But I would like to hear the better forecast, really I would. Actually, I'd like to hear more about spring weather. But other than that, I guess, go Chiefs, and I guess anybody but dumbass on Sunday. No, except for the Japper Crapper.
I say obviously.
So you get Ravers.
Plowboy's not a Kyle Busch fan. Anybody detect that? I no love for Kyle Busch, even though he will be driving a Chevrolet, right? Hey, is that Big Gilligan?
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Thanks for having me on.
What's happening?
Yeah, not much. Just sitting down here in Greensboro. I just got pulled into the yard here just a couple minutes ago.
I can't believe you were at you're 60 plus degrees after midnight. Is it dropping yet, or are you still hanging in there?
It's still pretty warm down here. I haven't checked the temperature here lately, but it's still pretty warm. I'm surprised it ain't dropped yet either. Well, it's showing 64 degrees here in Greensboro.
Wow.
So, I want to touch on this bit. Eagle brought up the bit with that Scorpion squad. And yes, they are very effective against this. But the thing is, with these inner city gangs and stuff. But the thing is, you can't allow them to just run over top, just beat people like this. there has to be some control over these squads.
Right.
What was done in Memphis was totally wrong. There's no way that you can agree. Well, I could agree with those kind of actions. Even if the person is a gangbanger, you can't just yank somebody out of the car like that. And I know Pappy said that. I'm just agreeing pretty much with what Pappy said on that. You brought up the deal with Philadelphia and how they're not requiring their lifeguards to be able to swim. This is where we're going. We're lowering the standards for stuff so much. I mean, how do you become a lifeguard and not be able to swim?
Well, they're going to train you.
Said about water.
They're going to train you how to swim before they put you up there by yourself. Yeah.
Oh, look at it. Well, I was thinking maybe they put a life jacket on them or something. I don't know. I'm no, the world's going crazy. Just like Plowboy said, though, with this deal with Kyle Busch, if that would be a normal person and he wasn't the superstar he is, I've never been a Kyle Busch fan. Never have been, never will be. If it was a normal, everyday Joe, I guarantee you they'd be sitting in a Mexican prison. And everything I've ever heard about them, and I'm sure you have too, that is no place you want to be.
No.
That is a horrible place to be. A lot of people, though, he's talking about last night. I was listening to the replay on it. About that guy that they was telling him they was calling up his family saying they had to pay him protection money because they beat the heck out of him and stuff like that. That's what happens in Mexican prisons. Many people end up dying long before their sentence is ever over. It's just, I'm at a loss. I guess money talks. BS walks. As far as Dan wasn't talking about, if Trump's not on the ticket, he's going to be setting it out. Well, I understand that idea. And Trump has got a bum deal from the get-go. I remember when he was running, and I seen people put posts that all these former presidents are against him. That why would you vote for him? And all this bunch of crap. They'd have, they had most Bushes. I don't know whether the elder Bush was still alive, but Clinton, Obama, all these people against him. I'm here like, well, right there ought to tell you ought to be for him because the establishment is against him. I mean, I understand that, but the thing is, we need to come together. If you remember, back during the, I think it was during the Obamacare stuff, how Democrats were threatening their own party members that said they wouldn't vote for that. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what the congresswoman was, or maybe it was a senator. But Dianne Feinstein's got her pinned against the wall, screaming at her, saying they're going to cut off her funding from the Democrat to DNC if they don't vote for this. That fear and intimidation is how the Democrats keep their people in line. You're not allowed to speak out against the Democrat Party if you're a Democrat. And it's just, it's amazing. I mean, Republicans are a very fractured bunch, and we do need to get together on certain issues. There's no doubt about that. One is this out of control spending. One, to me, is the border. Now Biden's acting like that that the Republicans are against securing the border. Hello? That's what Trump was running on, was securing that border. It's beyond me how people can't see that. And I've heard so many Democrats, I hate Trump, he's a racist, they're always against Mexicans and all this bunch, or Hispanics and all that. No, he said they wanted them here legally, not illegally. There's
the rule of law. That's what he supported, the rule of law in America first.
Exactly. Let the people come here legally. The problem is it is so hard to come to this country legally. The cost is astronomical. I've heard of as much as $25,000 just to get here legally. Why do we got to have all this red tape to let somebody come here legally? Yes, let's find out who they are, what their intentions are, maybe even set up programs to where they can come in here and have a job when they come into the country and stuff like that. It would be a whole lot cheaper than the mess we have now, that's for sure. And one thing about it, they come in here and work, then they're paying taxes. They're functioning members of society. This idea, well, here at the border, here's your EBT card, here's your Section 8 housing and all that, basically is what they're doing. Look at up there in New York when they bust them in there. Well, we can't afford to do this. Well, they're opening up these motels and giving them free hotel rooms and stuff like that. I know I'm preaching to the choir with this album.
That's about it. Yeah, we are. Yes.
Yeah. All right, Steve. Well, new character might be popping in later this morning. I think you might appreciate this one. So I'm gonna get off here, and I thank you for taking my call.
Have a good weekend. Ready? What are we looking at? About 12 before the hour. So, of course, the numbers have been climbing. As soon as they said a 7.8 in Turkey, and the death toll was in the hundreds, I said this is going to be big numbers. And it was like more than 15,000 24 hours ago. Here we are, more than 20,000. What is the final number going to be? I don't know, but someone suggested the destruction so widespread in Turkey. It's hard to fathom. Now, but California has experienced quakes of that magnitude and greater, and scientists have spent years developing simulations of how the big one would play out in the Golden State. I found it rather interesting, but we'll give you more coming up. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So they tell us a quake, an earthquake as strong as magnitude 8.2 is possible on the southern San Andreas Fault. It would bring disaster to all of Southern California simultaneously, with the fault rupturing from near the Mexican border to Monterey County. Such a quake would cause widespread damage from Palm Springs to San Luis Obispo and everything in between. According to the experts, In 2008, the U.S. Geological Survey and a number of other state government agencies and academics published a study called the Shakeout Scenario that told the story of what could happen if a magnitude 7.8 returned to Southern California. A quake that would be so powerful it causes widespread damage and consequently affects lives and livelihoods of all Southern Californians. A catastrophe is a disaster that runs amok when a society is not prepared for the amount of disruptions that occur, according to the report. Now, the numbers they shared, I thought, I'm thinking it'd be a whole lot worse than this. Among the impacts, the death toll could be among the worst for a natural disaster in U.S. history. Nearly 1,800. Yeah, 1,800. I'm thinking that's all? Los Angeles County could suffer the highest death toll, more than 1,000, followed by Orange County, more than 350 dead. Nearly 50,000 could be injured. The main freeways to Las Vegas and Phoenix that cross the San Andreas would be destroyed. Some 0.5 to 1 million people could be displaced from their homes. Southern California could be isolated for some time, with the region surrounded by mountains and earthquake faults. Major utilities such as gas, power, and cell service would likely be severely compromised. What history tells us, the last California seismic event that reached 7.8 was the Great San Francisco Quake of 1906. In Southern California, a magnitude 7.8 struck in 1857. Now, the 6.7 Northridge earthquake that occurred on a much smaller fault in the San Fernando Valley was 45 times weaker than the so-called Fort Tejon quake. The last two big quakes to strike Los Angeles, the 1971 Sylmar quake and the 1994 Northridge quake, causing destruction and loss of life, but the worst damage was concentrated in relatively small areas. It did not halt daily life across Southern California. But experts have long warned a significantly larger quake will eventually strike, and the toll will be much greater. Now, they try to explain, why. I mean, we're looking at 20,000, probably many, many thousands more dead in Turkey and Syria. In the Turkey quake, thousands of buildings have collapsed in a wide area. Yeah, more than 200 miles impacted. Yeah, building standards in California are significantly stronger. The images in Turkey and Syria show countless toppled buildings. California has been working to improve seismic safety rules for vulnerable buildings. The shakeout scenario focused on unretrofitted brick buildings, brittle concrete buildings, and so-called soft-story apartment buildings. Some cities, including L.A. and San Francisco, have been pushing retrofits for these type of structures. Last year, Los Angeles announced a major milestone. More than 8,000 seismically vulnerable buildings have been retrofitted across the city at a cost of $1.3 billion. The improvements mark the biggest advance in seismic upgrades in decades, but nonetheless still leaves thousands of buildings vulnerable to damage or even collapse in a catastrophic quake. Santa Monica, West Hollywood, Culver City, Beverly Hills, Pasadena actually now have laws requiring soft-story buildings to be retrofitted. In Northern California, San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland also have such laws on the book. L.A. has made slow progress in getting the brittle concrete buildings retrofitted. City data showed that only 2 of L.A.'s 1,300-plus brittle concrete buildings have received certificates of compliance, showing they meet the standards of the retrofit law. Owners of the buildings were given a whole lot longer to get it done, 25 years, compared to the 7 years that the soft story buildings had to upgrade their buildings. Now, concrete buildings can essentially be deadly because they're so massive. The collapse of 2 concrete buildings in a quake in New Zealand in 2011 resulted in 133 deaths alone. So I don't know, are the building codes actually that much better? Yeah, they're in Southern California. I mean, with the millions and millions of people that reside there, I was thinking the death toll would be more akin to what we're hearing out of Turkey. But, well, we can just hope and pray the day doesn't come. But pretty much all of my life we've heard, one of these days, right? The big one. All right, with that, we are top of the hour. We'll get a news break just ahead here. And, of course, we'll get back to your calls. Horse feathers coming up next. We'll get to the Rambler and Room for You on a Friday morning at 844-3388. All right, good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. You like to send an email my way, we keep an eye on that as well. Steve@hotshotsecret.com. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shots Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shots Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotsSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Julio Flores. The death toll from the massive earthquake earlier this week in Turkey and Syria is now about 21,000. The quake was a magnitude 7.8. Turkey's foreign minister noted dozens of nations and international organizations have stepped up to provide aid. Former Vice President Mike Pence is being subpoenaed by a special counsel overseeing investigations into former President Trump. The subpoena comes from Jack Smith, who was appointed to oversee the investigation into Trump's potential mishandling of classified documents in November. It's not clear yet what information the subpoena is seeking. 8 people have been taken into custody for stealing $1 million worth of Apple products from stores across California between August 2022 and January of this year.
The California Highway Patrol's Retail Crime Task Force made the arrests after suspects carried out smash-and-grab robberies of stores in broad daylight with customers and employees inside. Assistant Chief Steve Ramos says the stolen goods were then resold.
identifying and arresting, those criminals that choose to put our communities at risk in furtherance of their criminal enterprises.
Attorney General Rob Bonta says this goes far beyond petty theft and shoplifting.
We're announcing felony charges against 8 individuals for conspiracy and organized retail theft.
I'm Victoria Idoni.
Utah Senator Mitt Romney is backing President Biden's handling of the Chinese surveillance balloon that flew over the U.S. last week. Following a classified briefing on China, Romney told reporters he believes Biden and the military acted skillfully and with care in handling the balloon. His comments are a break from most Republicans who say the U.S. should have acted sooner. President Biden is signaling he may visit Poland as the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine approaches. That's what he told reporters before departing for Florida. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is being subpoenaed by the special counsel overseeing investigations into former President Trump. The subpoena comes from Jack Smith, who was appointed to oversee the investigation into Trump's potential mishandling of classified documents in November. Republican voters picked DeSantis.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was chosen over former President Trump in a hypothetical matchup for the 2024 presidential nomination. In a new Monmouth University poll, 53% of voters said they would pick DeSantis. Only 40% chose Trump. I'm Dave Collins.
President Biden is vowing to protect Social Security and Medicare benefits. While speaking in Tampa, the president took jabs at Republicans he claims want to slash entitlements, naming Florida Senator Rick Scott. He has proposed a plan to sunset federal programs, meaning Congress would need to reauthorize them every 5 years. The man who pulled the trigger in a mass shooting at a Buffalo grocery store is expected to appear in federal court next week, according to WIVB-TV. He's scheduled to face a judge on February 16th. In November, he pleaded guilty to state charges for opening fire at a store this past May, leaving 10 people dead. For the first time ever, the military flyover during the start of the Super Bowl will have all female pilots. The historic female flyover will be in honor of 50 years of women in U.S. naval aviation. The Arizona Republic says all the pilots in Sunday's flyover are well practiced in flying in formation. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, a little more on the story out of Memphis, which is something that some of us had been suspecting. And I guess the facts are now coming out. Apparently there's a whole lot of individuals wearing a badge had no business being a law enforcement officer. A very in-depth Associated Press report this past day. Somewhere down the line, I saw someone had shared from, I don't know which newspaper around the country it was, but pretty much said, anyone could be a cop in Memphis. That's not good. Yeah, we've got the full AP report. We'll share more on that coming up here. Hey, Becky, what's going on?
There you go. Happy hump day to Becky. So, anyways, yeah, and who was it, Captain Ron there? Why doesn't he just say that, instead of one day closer Monday, he says, why don't you just say, let's scrap the weekend and just have 3 Mondays in a row or something? Wouldn't that be a better thing for him to say?
We love Mondays.
But, yeah. All right. So with that there, yeah, up there in Philadelphia, maybe they're training those new lifeguards there. Maybe you got them harpoon guns with ropes on them or something there, and they can stand on the beach and fire a harpoon out there at them people that are drowning, and they can grab the rope, or they'll just stick them with the harpoon and drag them back in there. The drowning victims out there.
Well, if you got
they won't have to get in the water.
If you got someone in the 8-foot end underwater and the lifeguard's got a life jacket on, he's going to have a difficult time getting down there to grab him, ain't he?
Well, they got, if it's at a pool, they got them big hooks, don't they, on the long poles? They got the hook on them. You just dip the hook in and yank them out there. Yeah, or they can use a grappling hook. You can drop a grappling hook down there with a rope on it and snag them and drag them back up out of the water. You really don't need to know how to swim at a swimming pool to save somebody. I was thinking more on their waterfront. Of course, you can't get down in most of the water there in the waterfronts in Philadelphia. You pretty much just walk right across the river and everything from one side of the city to the other. So it's not that big an issue. But anyways, there, yeah, with all that, yeah, I guess we can let that go. That, or maybe they just give them all kayaks. They could kayak out there to them. I don't know. Anyways, I guess I made a second comment on Facebook there. I won't put that one on the air. What Philadelphia could do there to help for law enforcement.
There you go, stirring the pot again. What is it with you stirring things up?
I'll let you put that on the air if you want. I ain't saying it on your air. Anyways, you can say it's for me though if you want. I don't have a problem with that. But anyways, I just had to make a decision. I'm driving down a state highway here in Maryland, and I'd forgotten. But last night there, we had a deal there that we had a suspect at large. Supposedly, it had some sort of weapon involved, and an officer was injured, and he was still at large last night, and they had schools closed today in the area there in the Hunt Valley, Cockeysville, which is north of Baltimore. It's it's one of the first couple exits north of the Beltway there on 83. And my wife's telling me there just before I'm heading out that all that stuff is going on now in the southeastern part of our county, and they got people wanting to shelter in place and not be out, and using the intersection of Maryland State 152 and Maryland 165 and US 1. And
wow.
All those areas are supposed to shelter in place because they're after a suspect. And of course, where I'm going tonight, I'm supposed to go right down 152 and cross US 1. So, I try and decide whether I really want to do that or not, or take a little scenic route kind of on the boundary of that and kind of go around it, which is what I ended up doing. So
well, don't pick up any hitchhikers.
Yeah, right. Now I got news for anybody who steps up on my running board there. They'll have a ride that they won't ever forget if they climb on the side of my truck, because I ain't got to stop for them. The truck might come to a stop at some point, but I ain't got to stop for them out there. So we'll just leave it at that. They might not enjoy the ride they have out there on the running board.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. So I don't know. What's this right here? Did did President Biden go down to play golf in Florida at Mar-a-Lago? Is that what I heard? He went down there to play golf or something? So, anyways, but that thing with Rick Scott there and supposedly going to have the sunset deal on Medicaid and Social Security. Well, what difference would it make if they do? Doesn't Congress, every time the debt ceiling come up, don't they just, okay, we'll raise it, no problem, we'll raise it. Don't you think even if there was a sunset clause on Social Security and Medicaid, don't you think when it came to that 5-year point that Congress would be right there saying, yep, okay, no problem, we'll raise it? Because they know if they didn't, they lose all the votes that they ever had. Whoever didn't approve it would lose the votes they had from senior citizens, which would put them out of office, out of a job, their lifetime career. You know, it's we don't even need to start on the politicians instead of being statesmen anymore, do we? But anyways, just as you said last night there, it's all about fear, trying to strike fear into people and make them think that the Democrats are actually going to try to do something.
Yeah, it's all the fear tactic. That's it. All about scaring up votes from the old people and the disabled.
And now we got Mitt Romney showing his true colors again, don't we? Siding with the Democrats there, saying, "Oh, it was perfectly fine letting the balloon fly across the country. We didn't need to shoot it down or anything." But so of course he's showing his true colors again, and I don't know, maybe Utah will wake up and smell the coffee there at some point for him too, since Massachusetts apparently didn't want him anymore. Because wasn't he governor in Massachusetts before he tried to be president, and then he ended up out in Utah somehow? I don't know.
I'm trying to think it was senator, wasn't he? Wasn't he a senator? And I don't remember what the hell he was. He's senator there. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. It's not worth worrying about.
Right.
So, but anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you. And yeah, I don't know. I didn't get the memo about Kyle there, so I was kind of wondering there because I had a couple questions for him and see what's going on in the world of upcoming events and stuff. And I don't know. We'll let that hang at that, and maybe we'll say, hey, have a good weekend, and we'll chat at you later in case something comes out. And we're going to try to sneak through here and see if we can elude the officers who are out trying to find the bad guys.
There you go.
See how that works out.
Are you going to be glued to the television Sunday night? Are you going to be catching the Eagles and the Chiefs, or no?
Oh, I didn't realize there was anything going on Sunday night there.
That's a good figure. He's not the sports guy. That's what I figured. Old horse feathers. I don't know. What kind of? You got a football game? What? Who is it? It is 844-844-3388. Let me flip back over here, and it is rather disturbing. They would allow, according to the Associated Press, they would allow just pretty much anybody to be a police officer because they wanted the numbers, according to a former lieutenant in charge of recruiting before he retired last year out of frustration. They're not ready for it. The department offered new recruits $15,000 signing bonuses and $10,000 relocation allowances while phasing out requirements to have either college credits, military service, or previous police work. All that's now required is 2 years work experience, any work experience. The department also sought state waivers to hire applicants with criminal records. And the police academy even dropped timing requirements on physical fitness drills and removed running entirely because too many were failing. I asked them, what made you want to be a police? And they'd be honest. They'll tell you it's strictly about the money. Many recruits, he said, would ask the minimum time they would actually have to serve to keep the bonus money. It's not a career for them like it was to us. It's a job. Another former patrol officer turned recruiter who recently left the department tells the Associated Press, in addition to drawing from other law enforcement agencies and college campuses, recruits were increasingly coming from jobs at the McDonald's and Dunkin' drive-thrus. In one case, a stripper with an arrest record submitted an application. Even though she didn't get hired, it kind of reinforced the message, hell, anybody can get this job. You could have any type of experience and be a cop. There were red flags, said the former recruiter. But we're so far down the pyramid that nobody really hears the little person. Many young officers, before ever walking a beat with more experienced officers, found themselves thrust into specialized units like the now disbanded Scorpion Unit, the high crime strike force that involved Nichols' arrest. Their lack of experience was shocking to veterans who said some young officers who transferred back to patrol don't even know how to write a traffic ticket or respond to a domestic call. They don't know a felony from a misdemeanor, he said. They don't even know right from wrong yet. Memphis police did not respond to requests for comment about their hiring standards. But the police director who took over in June of 21 has said supervision of less experienced officers is an urgent need, noting the department is investigating why a supervisor failed to respond to Nichols' arrest despite a policy that requires a ranking officer to go to the scene when pepper spray or a stun gun is used, and of course both were in this case. If that had happened, somebody could have been there to intercept what happened. Culture eats policy for lunch in police departments, she says. If you don't have the checks and balances, you're going to have problems. As she told City Council earlier this week, she intends to bring in an outside vendor to help fill 125 new supervisor slots, which would improve the ratio of supervisors to officers from the current 1 to 10 down to about 1 to 8. Now, that's closer to the ideal ratio, which they say is at least 1 to 7. While those 125 do not satisfy the ratio, it's a start, she said. It's not just the officer that has to be held accountable. It's everybody in the chain up to the chief of police. Of the 5 Scorpion team officers that are now charged with second-degree murder, 2 had only a couple years' experience on the force, and none had more than 6 years of experience. One of the officers, Emmett Martin III, a former tight end on the Bethel University football team, appeared to have had at least one arrest, according to the files from the Police Officer Standards and Training Commission. But the date and the details of his arrest were blacked out. The section for arrest in the agency's file for another officer, Demetrius Haley, who worked at the Shelby County Corrections Facility before joining the force, was also redacted from the state records. Haley was sued for allegedly beating an inmate there, which he denied, and the case was dismissed because papers had not properly been served. If you lower the standards, you can predict you're going to have problems because we are recruiting from the human race. There's such a small number of people who want to do this, and an infinitesimally smaller number of people we actually want doing this. Memphis, in many ways, stands as a microcosm of the myriad crisis that is facing policing in this country. Departments from Seattle to New Orleans are struggling to fill their ranks with qualified officers amid this national movement of mounting scrutiny and calls to reform in the wake of George Floyd. All right, so pretty much anyone could be a cop in Memphis. That tells a little bit more about the story, doesn't it?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Friday, TGIF, and back to your calls. Rambler, morning. Happy Friday.
Well, good morning, man. Wonderful Friday, and praise God, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. And I'm shocked you hadn't read the story about that female officer that I think it made the news last week. She got fired for having quote unquote multiple sexual partners at once, and got caught doing so. And said that her and her boyfriend or her and her husband had an open relationship and it was all right. Yeah, I'm sure if you was to Google that, you'll come across it. Yeah, it was quite appalling and shocking. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes on. You know, people like Pappy who like just to sit back and smoke out of a water bong. You know, good old cops like that are getting harder and harder to find. And God should, I'm only joking. Pappy really doesn't do that. He sounds like it, though. He sounds like it.
No wonder they eat so many donuts.
Yes, sir. Krispy Kreme, here we come. Give me the lemon field. That's right. Oh, Lord. I've been got a lot of questions. People have asked me, Brother Rambler, you going to be having church this Sunday? And here's my answer. Absolutely, we're going to be having church at Determined Ministries Church. Because, look, just because it was Passover, Jesus didn't go to the cross. He went to the cross on Passover. So we ain't going to let a football game stop us, God's children. I'll find out the score later, and I know we're not going to have good numbers, but you know what the Bible tells me, Steve?
Lay it on me.
The Bible, it's okay. The Bible tells me, Jesus says, where two or more are gathered in my name,
right?
There I shall be in the midst of them.
Yep.
So even if it's just 2 or 3 people, you know what? We're going to have church regardless over at Determined Ministries Church. I'm looking forward to just worshiping the Lord. And I tell you, I'll find out the score on it later. Personally, I'm pulling for the Eagles, because there's a big, huge Alabama Crimson Tide connection there. But I'm a bigger fan of Jesus Christ. So that's the team I'm pulling for. And yes, we will be live at 7:00 Central Standard Time. And trust me, the Lord will have a message. And we're going to be having a live service, Steve. We do this every Easter, April the 9th. And we got the location. I'm not going to say where it's going to be at right now, but we are having a live in-person service. And I know, a lot of folks, don't live around the Mobile and Baldwin County area, but, for the ones that do, come on out. We love to have you. I love to be able to shake your hand and meet you, give you a hug, and, we're just going to have church. Praise God for that. And other news, you see, speaking of Pappy, did you see the post that he made? I was trying to figure out, was that the comet that's currently going past the Earth now, that is that size of Los Angeles? I kind of scratched my head. I said, wow, that is pretty daggone big.
I don't know I don't think that's the one. There's a different name for that. I know what you're talking about, though.
You're right.
That rock that was as big as the city of L.A. That's big.
It was huge. It was huge. I'm thinking to myself, I said, man, there was a few years ago I had to pass a kidney stone, and that was about the size of it.
I bet.
Hey, good Lord. I had some medical tests done, Steve, and praise God, everything come out great. They still want to do a PET scan on me, which, the insurance already approved. They say, look, we don't think there's anything wrong with your heart. We are concerned about the blood flow on your left kidney because I couldn't get a good reading, so they want to do that also. But God's children, unless the Lord calls me home, I plan on being here a while, and I'm not looking forward to going nowhere no time soon. I've had many people that have went the other side, have passed away. They come back. They tell me it's unlike anything they've ever seen. It means they died for a few minutes, and the Lord told them to come on back. And God's children, don't ever count no one out or whether they can make heaven or not. I know you got one more minute. I'm going to wrap this up because you know what? God's grace is so abundant. Even if you're on your deathbed and you hated Jesus your whole life, if you just cry out to him, he'll accept you. And the reason why is love. And love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, come see us at the Determined Ministries Church. We go live at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. And after our service, you have what, Steve?
Something called, I believe the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming your way at the midnight hour Eastern Time, Sunday night.
USA News Update. President Volodymyr Zelensky asked his Western allies Thursday for more weapons, said a Ukraine that is winning its war with Russia should become a member of the European Union, arguing the bloc won't be complete without it. At the close of the 16-hour summit that ended Friday when Zelensky was already gone, the EU leaders pledged they would do it all it takes to back Ukraine, but offered no firm timetable for EU membership talks to begin, as Zelensky had hoped. In the middle of the night, political leaders, priests, students, and activists languishing inside Nicaragua's most notorious prisons were awoken, given the clothes they had been arrested in and told to dress. Hours later, 222 of them, widely considered political prisoners, landed at a Washington area airport, deported from their own country. The United States government said the massive release was both a unilateral decision by the government of President Daniel Ortega and the results of concerted diplomatic efforts. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Plenty of other industry headlines to get to coming up here shortly. First off, it's the Grump, I believe, on a Friday morning. Grump.
Hey, what are you doing there, buddy?
Here we are. How you been?
Yeah, I've been pretty good. Had a bunch of medical tests, man. You know, I've had to go for that damn colonoscopy, and that's always fun, you know. But I had eight polyps.
Really?
You know, one of them was quite large, so they had to send it to a different lab. They thought it might have been cancer, and it did have a false positive on it. So they sent it to a different lab, and then they said no, it's you know, you just had a false positive. So when they got it back, they tested again. They said no, you're all right. So
wow.
Anyway,
I'm a couple
years
years behind on mine. I tried when I hit the 50 mark. Of course, that's when they want you to get your colonoscopy, and I think they found a couple of polyps or whatever, and then rather than 10 years, they said come back in 5, and I've procrastinated, so it's been like 8. I probably need to do that, huh?
Yeah, I would. I kind of goofed around. You know, I'm 63 now, so it's like, I should have got it done sooner, but I didn't. But anyway, they kind of, I've always been healthy as hell. Up until, just a couple of years ago, I still ran. I'd still get out, run, do whatever, exercise pretty much. I still drink my, like a little liquor once in a while, and a cold beer with my wings and things like that. But for the most part, I've always been fairly healthy. Low blood pressure and everything. But anymore you watch the damn news though, and your blood pressure is gonna shoot up. I mean, it's just,
You're saying,
it's
yeah.
absolutely ridiculous what's going on today. But I was listening to who was it? Dan, I think called was on his soapbox. I disagree with quite a bit of what he said. Especially about Trump. If Trump's the nominee, I'll vote for him. I mean, that's just all there is to it. I don't know that I will up until that point. I might see how things go, but Steve, he's pretty much said that he wasn't going to vote for him or he would vote. He wasn't going to vote for anybody else but Trump. And if Trump didn't get the nominee, then the FBI won. What happens if the FBI, some of them clowns in there, gets their asses indicted? I would imagine what they'll do is probably resign in lieu of prosecution. But that's usually what happens, and they lose all their pension and all that good stuff. But what would happen if would he still not vote for Trump, or would he not vote for anybody else? And the reason I'm kind of curious about this is because the Democrats, he said something that Democrats respect each other. No, they don't. They hate each other. The Democrats are so far off the rails stupid. Each one has their own little pet peeve, their own little ideology. But the one damn thing that they all have in common is they want to be in power. They love power. They feed off of power. They don't give a rat's ass about anything else but power. They have no respect for each other. Most of them can't stand each other. But they'll sit there and talk it up like they can, and they're the best thing since sliced bread. And as soon as they close doors, then they go at it just like anybody else. But the one thing that always gets me about the damn Republicans is you have so many factions of the Republican Party. You got the Freedom Caucus, you got the whatever, the Constitutionalists, you got these, you got that. And every damn one of them has got to make an ass out of themselves fight. I would like to see the Republican Party get on board on one thing. And this continuing resolution that Rick Scott was talking about, every 5 years having to renew Social Security. How about let's do that to the damn pension fund for the congressional members, and take away that on your 5th year you can start drawing your pension. Of course you got to be a certain age and this kind of thing, but after 5 years you get so much, but after 20 years you can draw more, and it's just, let's just do away with it altogether. I would love to see a resolution, and Rand Paul was the one that he come up with one at one time saying, we don't need to have a retirement fund for, this kind of a retirement for congressional members, and you don't. They're elected positions. Hell, draw Social Security like everybody else. Most of them are quite wealthy when they get out of office. They don't need that damn pension. It's nothing more than a tax write-off, because most of them will donate it to, back to whatever PAC they want, so they can get a damn political donation. But it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And I would like to see somebody in the Republican Party step up and say Social Security is not a benefit. It's not a entitlement, as so many says. You paid into that, it's your money, you get it. That's all there is to it. And it always makes me a little bit perturbed whenever I hear that word, that it's Social Security is an entitlement.
Right.
No, it ain't. No, it's not. What's an entitlement is that bunch of bastards pouring across the border right now with their hand out, getting to stay in the best motels, getting it's costing us about $1,000 a week a head for that. But yet every damn time you turn around and these Democrats start talking about Social Security, they don't talk about it until it's election time, or until they start falling behind. And then they got all these dumbasses out there that's, going, these old people get all scared. They're like, oh my God, they're going to take away my Social Security. Yeah. And then on, Wednesday after Super Tuesday, you get it right back. So chill out with that. But it's the same thing every damn election cycle. But if we can fund Ukraine, which still turns my stomach, I don't give a rat's ass about Ukraine. I've made myself clear on that. They have been nothing but thugs, thieves. That's been one of the most corrupt places I've ever seen in my life. Over the years, they've had ample opportunity since the Soviet Union busted up to become part of NATO and straighten themselves up, but they never did. They liked that thuggery, And I guarantee you, if we was to do an audit on Zelensky right now and say, where's all that money went, he is not going to be able to find it. And some of the reports that I've been reading is a lot of the upper echelon that was part of the Ukrainian government, has bought villas and every damn thing else on the French Riviera for money that, American taxpayers have worked their ass off to send over there. So, hey, Vlad, blow them up. I don't give a damn. If the people of Ukraine would throw bums like that out, they wouldn't be in the position they're in right now. But it's always been a dog-eat-dog world, and Russia's no better. I spent many, many, many years over in NATO. And, the one thing that attracted me to Trump right off the bat, when he was talking, when he running the first time, was it was not his rhetoric about, his little Marco and all them other stupid analogies and every, names
right.
he was calling people. It was the fact that he had the gall, to stand up there and say NATO don't pay their damn fair share, and they don't. In Germany, when we had drawdown of forces right after the first Gulf War, and we closed dozens and dozens of bases in Germany, the first damn thing the German government said is we have to settle on this. And what they meant by settling on that was the fact that George Bush and his group of idiots negotiated a deal that if you was a German citizen working at a military base and you had put in 10 years or more there, you would get paid by the American taxpayer your full pension. So that Germany cried and stomped and carried on like a bunch of idiots, that they would not be able to absorb that many people into their economy, again, they didn't have that kind of a workforce. They would have to find jobs for these people, and it would just be such a kink, in the economy, and the unemployment would shoot through the roof if we closed all these bases. So good old George and all of them went over there and said, okay, let's just pay them, that kind of thing. And, this is what's been happening over the years with the American taxpayer. If the American taxpayer ran their own damn bank accounts the way the government runs theirs, every damn one of us would be in the starvation line, Steve, in a matter of no time. But yet they keep electing these idiots like Joe Biden. Here's a 50-year wonder that you couldn't point to one damn thing that slimy bastard has done his entire 50 years. He has never done anything but lined his pockets with money. And that's a fact. You can't point to one thing that guy has done that's helped better this, that's better this country. It's just not there. And that goes with Clyburn, and it goes with so many of these other wonders that's been in for a lifetime. If we could just get term limits and twist these people around and say, do the best job you can for the American people in 2 terms, then get the hell out. We never want to hear from you again. That would be the best thing that ever happened to this country. Just enforce the laws that the Constitution supports, and that's it. But they'd never do it. It's oh hell no. You're taking away our cream puff here. This is our bread and butter is deceiving the American people. But it's just a never-ending process. And look at this spy balloon. How many of them come over during Trump? They said 8 come over or something like that. I've heard different reports. I've never really heard. And then they're saying 4 come over since Biden's been in 2 years, and then I just read that report on the number of Chinese that have crossed the Mexican border right now, in the thousands that have come over here. And we need to do something about our immigration laws. This drop baby crap needs to stop. If somebody comes over here and has a baby just for the intentions of having a baby and having that baby as a citizen of the United States, no, I'm sorry, bye. If you are on a legal visa or something like that, your kid is born here, that's one thing. But I am so sick of this crap, man. I am. Every day there's something new that is just driving another nail in the coffin of this country. And it don't seem to me like these congressmen and these senators and everybody else sat on their ass and, investigation after investigation. Well, the investigations are all well and good, but unless you have the administration and the Justice Department that has the stomach for actually enforcing the laws and start, regardless of what party they are, they're fruitless. I mean, why even have the damn things? It's just going to be a continuation, and whoever gets in there the next time. It's going to be like, well, we're in charge of the investigations now, so hey, hang on to your hat. We're going to bust us some Republicans. It just don't end.
The
And I'm
vicious
just really tired
cycle.
of it.
Yeah, the vicious cycle. I mean, all these investigations that are getting underway right now, the weaponization of the government that started yesterday. Is it actually going to rectify anything, or is it just going to be, weeks or months of headlines and discussion that ultimately bears absolutely nothing? And before we get our time out, one thing Grump did just bring up is the amount of money we continue to dump into Ukraine. Over the last year, we have spent over $110 billion looking to secure the Ukraine border from Russia. Over 200,000 Ukraine soldiers are dead. Millions have fled the war zone. And there was a report this week that it was actually the U.S. and not Russia that blew up the Nord Stream Russia gas pipelines in Europe. Yeah, there's a big debate about that right now. Yesterday, 11 Republicans said enough. Calling on the United States to halt additional military and financial aid to Ukraine. The money we're sending over there is not even audited. We have no idea where it's all gone, as Grump just said. The office of Representative Matt Gaetz, this past day led the group of 11 lawmakers in calling on the U.S. to halt additional military and financial aid through the introduction of what they're calling the Ukraine Fatigue Resolution. If passed, the resolution would express through the sense of the House of Representatives that the U.S. must end its military and financial aid and urges all combatants to reach some sort of a peace agreement, which, hey, we're 1 year in now, aren't we? When is the 1 year anniversary of the Russian invasion? Since the onset, the U.S. has been the top contributor of military equipment, over $110 billion of taxpayer money to the conflict, including an additional $2 billion in aid that was announced on February 3rd. At this point, who's on board? Joined by co-sponsors Andy Biggs of Arizona, Lauren Boebert, Colorado, Paul Gosar, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ann Pauline Luna, Thomas Massey of Kentucky, Mary Miller of Illinois, Barry Moore, Ralph Norman, and Matt Rosendale. They say President Biden must have forgot his prediction from March of last year, suggesting that arming Ukraine with military equipment will escalate the conflict to World War III. And after making that statement, what have we subsequently done? Now we've agreed to send tanks. I mean, as soon as we agreed to send tanks, they made the request for fighter jets. Zelensky just left the UK yesterday. His second time leaving Ukraine. Of course, the first was to come here and plead for the tanks and more. And just met with the UK's leadership. I think they've agreed to allow Ukraine to join the European Union. No official word on whether or not they've agreed to allow fighter jets to come from European Union countries to Ukraine, but that was what he was pleading for. I mean, we keep giving more and more, and each step of the way is just pissing off Russia more and more. I mean, we're in a state of managed decline right now, and it's going to get worse if we continue to hemorrhage taxpayer dollars to Ukraine toward a foreign war. I mean, at what point do you say enough is enough? That's the point Gaetz was trying to make. I mean, even if the House passes it, it's not going to pass the Senate, and if it did pass the Senate, Biden would veto it. Again, it's so much that goes on in D.C. It's just The Dog and Pony Show, it's a waste of additional taxpayer dollars because they're getting paid and we reap nothing.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, according to the Energy Information Administration, the short-term energy outlook this past day, they're predicting a drop in oil prices over the next couple of years, as well as a 50% drop in natural gas prices. Really? In addition, the production of global liquid fuels is expected to lower this calendar year. Russia and China remain sources of uncertainty, according to their forecast. Global demand for jet fuel has increased as China's economy has opened up following the pandemic lockdowns. Russia's crude oil exports have largely gone unchanged since the European Union instituted a ban on seaborne crude imports from Russia. We continue to monitor developments in Russia and China because of their impact on the global energy sector. The EIA forecast for crude says prices will average $83 per barrel this year and $78 per barrel by 2024. That'd be $101 below the average price in 2022. Russia's oil production, they're talking Brent crude, is by the way, Brent crude, the global trade. Russia's oil production and the ability to export petroleum products, several non-OPEC countries' ability to increase production, and China's loosening of the COVID restrictions could meaningfully affect oil price outlook, they say. But production will outpace consumption. The expectation is reflected by the continued growth of global oil inventories. Okay, the Energy Information Administration outlook for the coming year. Well, good morning, Senor. Heatwave on board. What's happening? Ready for the weekend?
Morning, Senor.
Good morning.
Well, we had a nice little snowfall again earlier this evening, or yesterday evening. Surprised the hell out of me. I wasn't expecting that either. But our load canceled on account they said there was a fatality east of Santa Rosa, New Mexico. Said the roads were slicker and Well, they were just slick. And I missed out on your earlier weather reports, and I ain't been able to find out a whole lot. Did Denver get hit with a big, massive snowstorm here in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, not Denver. Well, I mean, there were parts of Wyoming that got hit. I didn't see anything about Denver. It was mostly more like Kansas.
Okay. Well, I know they were telling me, make sure you got your change because you're going to need it. And I was like, oh, good Lord. Anything I hate more, and that's getting on the damn ground and chaining up a truck. But you got to do what you got to do, and as long as I get paid for it, I guess we'll just have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So did you see anything about the Interstate 40 getting shut down westbound there in Santa Rosa, New Mexico? I hadn't really heard anything about it. Just that my load got canceled going west to Bloomington on account of it. Oh, I tell you what, I must be living with my head in the sand because I'm not hearing a whole lot of stuff lately.
Well, so I mean, Denver didn't get any snow yesterday, they had some snow squalls, they say, Wednesday night into Thursday morning. They are talking maybe a Denver snowstorm possible next week.
Well, that's next week. I think I'll be all right. Oh, you ever go online and you see something that says, what is your opinion about such and such? And you go on.
Yeah, but hold that thought there. We got a news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. Former Vice President Mike Pence has been subpoenaed by the special counsel overseeing investigations into efforts by former President Donald Trump and his allies to overturn the results of the 2020 election. According to a person with direct knowledge of the event, the subpoena to Pence as part of the investigation by special counsel. The scenario of a former vice president potentially testifying against his former boss in the criminal investigation comes as Pence considers launching a 2024 Republican presidential bid against Trump. The two have been estranged since a mob of Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, in an attempt to stop Democratic Joe Biden's victory. Burt Bacharach, the gifted and popular composer who delighted millions with a quirky arrangement and unforgettable melodies of Walk On By, Do You Know the Way to San Jose, and dozens of other hits, has died at 94. The Grammy, Oscar, and Tony-winning Bacharach died Wednesday at home in Los Angeles of natural causes. Some very tense moments Thursday in Texas at the Dallas County Health and Human Services building when a woman called police and said she heard gunshots on the floor below her.
Christian Gonzalez was in the building when police arrived.
You never think that that's going to happen, but then when it does, it's just very scary because you don't know if that can be your last day.
The building is next door to the medical examiner's building, where a murder-suicide occurred in November. Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins says high tensions can be expected.
Very disturbing to the employees having lost a co-worker in this building, Swift's.
Officials say they cannot confirm a shooting took place. I'm Victoria Idoni.
One of three Memphis police officers who initially detained Tyree Nichols last month has admitted he did not witness the alleged reckless driving that was the justification for pulling over Nichols, but still approached his car while brandishing his gun. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Ukrainian relatives of a slain cinematographer are seeking damages in her death from actor Alec Baldwin in connection with the fatal shooting on the set of a Western movie under a civil lawsuit filed Thursday in Los Angeles. The new lawsuit against Baldwin was filed in Los Angeles Superior Court on behalf of Hutchins' parents and younger sister, who works as a nurse on the outskirts of the Ukrainian capital city of Kyiv and is married to a Ukrainian man fighting in the war against Russia. Cinematographer Helena Hutchins died shortly after being wounded during her rehearsal in the movie Rust in October 2021 at a film set ranch on the outskirts of Santa Fe. Southwest Airlines says they have reimbursed a vast majority of passengers who were affected by the Christmas-time meltdown, which left many stranded. Chief Operating Officer Andrew Watterson apologizing for canceling 16,000 flights around the holidays.
Including hotels, rental cars, meals, tickets on other airlines, and other necessary expenses like replacement car seats. Let me be clear, we messed up.
President Volodymyr Zelensky asked his Western allies Thursday for more weapons and said a Ukraine that is winning its war with Russia should become a member of the European Union, arguing the bloc won't be complete without it. At the close of the 16-hour summit that ended Friday when Zelensky was already gone, the EU leaders pledged they would do it all it takes to back Ukraine, but offered no firm timetable for EU membership talks to begin, as Zelensky had hoped. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-485-8801. 800-485-8801. That's 800-485-8801.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Here we are, everybody on the same page. Friday. All right, TGIF. If you're out and about during the afternoon hours, got your Hot Shot Secret Live coming your way, 3 o'clock this afternoon. So looks like they'll be talking about Diesel Extreme today. It's the highlight product via Facebook. And streaming on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube page, if memory serves. You know, they haven't got the boot. Nonetheless, yeah, 3 o'clock this afternoon, Hot Shot Secret Live on a Friday. And, of course, can't forget our friends at Sta-Bil. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil, the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, generators, collector cars, boats, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Sta-Bil Storage. All right, got back at Heatwave. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over here, senor.
You got run over by the
just
truck.
Shaking my head, getting all that sand. Yeah, I heard that. Just shaking the hair to make sure I got the sand all out of it, because, like I said, I guess I've been sticking my head in the sand for a while. Yeah, you know, Zelensky's wanting all these, you know, wanting money, wanting aid, wanting the
Weapons.
bombs, the bullets, the tanks, the planes. Well, I mean, it's going to take them at least 6 months to learn how to use the Patriot missile battery.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they're going to have to condense it because it takes our guys a year to be fully up to snuff on it.
How long would it take how about training fighter pilots? I mean, on planes that they've not flown, how long does that take?
You know, you got me on that. I mean, everything's basic. You just got to know where all your switches and gauges are and how to fire the damn guns and the missiles. But from what I understand, some of the pilots that Zelensky has said, well, the F-16 really ain't as good as their their other aircraft that they've had. And it's like, well, I guess you really don't need them then, do you? So in the tanks, well, yeah, they're going to get them, but it's going to take up at least a year before they get them. I mean, and someone said, we already spent $110 billion. The way things are going, we might as well just go ahead and be over there, put boots on the ground, and fight the Russians. Just fight them. I mean, that's basically what we're doing. We're financing a proxy war.
After Zelensky came here, and asked for the tanks, there was someone in Congress the following day that pretty much said that. I mean, he's asked for tanks. Now we're given the Patriot missiles. Now they're asking for fighter jets. The next thing you know, they're going to be asking for us to come over and put boots on the ground to fight for them.
And how many times have we been to other countries fighting for their independence, for their freedoms, and just as soon as we walk away, it collapses? I mean, too many times. We've wasted too many lives in wars that we really did not need to be in. And, Afghanistan, what a joke. This idiot for a president, that's all it is. He's a politician. Politicians will screw something good so bad that by the time we get it back from them, they'll say, look what we did. And then here we are looking at it like, yeah, look at what you did. So, oh, Lordy. Well, I had got a dental appointment done early, a couple of weeks early, and I tell you what, that dentist, I think his name is Zachary Curie, he's a good old boy. He's telling me I'm doing good. So I guess my teeth will stay in my head for another year. Getting ready to go to work, and the wife says, hey, we got to take the pooch to the vet. I was like, good night. And then spend $200 over there for them to say, well, we really don't know what's wrong. Maybe the dog is allergic to the food, and if so, then you're going to have to buy specialized food for the rest of that dog's natural life. Well, it's a little pug, and it's 4 years old, so how much longer is that dog going to last?
Right.
Give it a $75 shot to say, well, maybe it's just seasonal allergies. And that dog gets so stressed, sounds like a damn diesel engine, just all the time. So I bought a bag of doggy treats that's supposed to calm her down. They said, we'll only give her half of one of the treats. Well, after $50 of getting these doggy treats, my daughter gave the dog a full treat. And lo and behold, what 5 minutes after ingesting that made? I mean, just so mellow. It's kind of like Scooby-Doo on a doobie. I mean, she wasn't licking herself in the face, stressing. She just was like, dude, what's up? So, yeah, I'm glad to be going. I'll be just shy of $600 going up and back. For me, it's not really a whole lot of anything because the government's going to take a third of it for some damn reason. So, and then what else they don't take, you're going to be paying more in goods and services. And where do these people get the idea that the oil prices are going to go down? I mean, are we actually going to open up and tell the oil companies, go ahead, put your pipelines where you need to so you can get that oil you're going to find and ship it? Or are we just going to be spending that much more money to other countries that are pumping out their own resources, paying them to hate us even more?
I think the prediction is our output is going to grow a bit, but I think most of it's relying on other countries that have additional availability to increase the global supply. And looks like Heat Wave dropped his boom. I didn't hang up on you. He hit that dead zone, I guess. I mentioned the fighter training. So Zelensky met with the UK's president this past day. And prior to Zelensky showing up there, the UK government did confirm they will begin to train Ukrainian fighter pilots, part of their military aid. At this point, it's not clear exactly what kind of training they're going to give, but the UK government has said they will also look into providing an undisclosed new fighter jets for Ukraine, which could finally kickstart the realization of one of Zelensky's long-stated weapons acquisition goals, a.k.a. fighter jets. All right, the statement from the UK government adds this training starting this spring will ensure pilots are able to fly sophisticated NATO standard fighter jets in the future. As part of that long-term capability investment, the UK will work with Ukrainian and international allies to coordinate collective support to meet Ukraine's defensive needs. This indicates training will be to help transition Ukrainian Air Force fighter pilots onto new types of aircraft. Although the exact model has not been specified, for many months, Ukrainian officials and fighter pilots alike have made the case for the U.S.-made F-16 as the best option for their next fighter jet. Other types have been floated as well. So far, though, despite some tentative offers, the U.S. has not approved any transfer of F-16s. Biden did give a firm no when questioned about the U.S. providing jets. This is not to say that his stance may change in the future, though, because we've said no about a number of things, ultimately only to turn around and say, all right, so incrementally, into baby steps, one step at a time. It's more and more, and it is undoubtedly nothing less than what you'd have to call it, a proxy war that we're fighting. Well, good morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Listen, man, the Ukraine army's decimated. They don't stand a chance, Steve. They're spent. Russia's been laying back after they did their little draft, remember, a few months back?
Yeah, I've heard. Have you heard they're amassing like 500,000 troops or something to go in and just
yes, sir.
The knockout punch?
Steve, I'm give it about 2 or 3 weeks. It may be shorter, maybe longer, but mark my words, Russia's going to have a massive offensive coming up here. All these tanks and whatever fighter jets, Steve. There's only one way to put a stop to this, and that's to put American boots and UN boots in Ukraine. You watch and see, and that better not happen. I don't think the American people is going to stand for it. I know I don't.
No.
Steve, there was a couple reports. I don't know if it's true. I mean, you can't believe any government nowadays. But Russia's claiming that there was some chemical attacks on their front lines by Ukraine. Remember the bioweapons labs that are in Ukraine, Steve?
Right.
I think Russia's just going to put an end to this, go in there and take control of them. Somebody said that Russia has given the Ukrainian president a year to resign and get out of there. And he refuses to do it because he's still the piggy bank for the United States, and Ukraine's still the piggy bank for for Ukraine, right? So I don't know. Things ain't gonna go well here in Ukraine, in my opinion. Hey, back to our country. Hey, you remember when Obama got elected? Everybody was running around. All the liberals were running around. Oh, everything's going to be paid for. Our housing, our cell phones.
Right. No more mortgage.
You know? Yeah. So
and I remember the one video that went viral after he got reelected. It was the woman saying, "He got us a cell phone. He's going to do more."
Yes, sir. So, I mean, Grump's right. You know, they crave power, right? We've been talking about this for months. And so, I mean, most Americans vote for, I know when I vote for somebody who best supports my values, right? I lean conservative. You know, if Trump is not the nominee for the Republican Party, who's next? Or say Trump's not even in the picture. Okay, I got to pick somebody that I think best supports my values. That's who I'm voting for.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the reason everybody loves Trump, because he's not a politician. Steve, I think I said this before on the show. I don't know. Our country should not exist. We're only here because of divine intervention. How in the hell do you tell me that we won the Revolutionary War? The most powerful army, navy on earth was the Brits. And we split from them and come here. We're just a ragtag little place trying to form a country. How did we defeat that army and navy? It was by a miracle and the grace of God. I mean, the odds of us, if you were on the sidelines taking bets on who's going to win this war, what were the odds, man? Pretty much zilch, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can look at certain battles when Washington crossed the Delaware. That was a major turning point in the war. And Steve, there was a fog in the air, and the troops were all in disarray. They couldn't find each other. They were actually retreating. And the fog lifted, and they managed to regroup, get on the river, cross the river. And when the Brits started coming towards the shore, the fog rolled back in again. Steve, we're talking early in the morning now before the sunrise. It's just weird things like that don't happen, you know? With that said, all these Americans that paid the ultimate price and laid down their lives for this country, for us to say, well, because my guy didn't get the nomination, therefore I'm just going to lay down and not vote, is just quitting, in my opinion. And that's the only voice that I got. I'm not a politician, never wanted to be, never even thought about it. But the only voice that I got is to go in there and vote. Or pick up the phone and to call Mr. Steve Summers on the Overnight Drive radio and try to get some words out that I believe in. So, you know, Dan, listen, I agree with everything you said, Steve. Everything but that. We cannot lay down and quit. There's no quitting. We owe it to too many men and women that lay down their lives for this country, just to lay down and quit. So with that said, I'm done for tonight. I still got laundry to do, Steve. I got to work the weekend.
You got to be out there Sunday night. You got to be?
Yes, sir.
Oh boy!
Yep.
Now,
Friday, Saturday.
can
Sunday.
you vouch for how crazy did things get after? I mean, and it's all over the country. I mean, Super Bowl Sunday, it's parties, and I guess you come the midnight hour or closing time for the bars, it gets ugly, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. I'll tell you what, it got, and I was off one game that we played in, and it was, I was told it was off the hook, Steve. Off the hook. But with that said, I mean, here locally, since we're not in the game, it's a Sunday night. People do got to get up and go to work the next day. We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, typically, yeah, on a Sunday night, usually around 9, 10 o'clock, these things just kind of die down. And believe it or not, during the day on Sunday, it's busier than most. It's weird. You would think Sundays would be laid back, but I'm telling you, you can get off the hook out here on Sundays.
Wow.
Yeah. Ask Little Steve. He'll tell you.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck. Maybe we'll hear from you Sunday night, Monday morning if it's not off the hook.
It's not off the hook. Yes, sir. All right. Be safe. God bless America.
Have a good weekend. All right. It's getting to be that time of year. I mean, it's February. It's the dead of winter, but spring break, you realize, is just around the corner, just as Americans begin to pack their bags and start catching flights to hit the beaches and the bars for spring break. The U.S. government is issuing an all-out plea for those headed to Mexico to stay out, especially of 6 dangerous states. The State Department has issued their highest tier warning for some parts of our neighbor to the south that are being run by the drug cartels, and there is a potential threat to American tourists, even some of the nice resorts that used to be, secluded away and protected from the cartels. That is no longer the case, they advise. Yeah, more on that. Other industry headlines all coming your way on a Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The trade deadline set off fireworks throughout the NBA. Kyrie Irving kicked things off after being sent from Brooklyn to Dallas to team up with Luka Doncic and form one of the most electric backcourts in the NBA. The Phoenix Suns acquired superstar forward Kevin Durant in a blockbuster trade with the Brooklyn Nets that gives Phoenix one of the best starting lineups in the league. The Lakers shipped Russell Westbrook to Utah in a 3-team trade with the Timberwolves and Jazz, and that brought D'Angelo Russell back to Los Angeles. LA also added Mo Bamba from the Magic by sending Patrick Beverley to Orlando. The Knicks joined in on the deadline action by sending 3 players and a future protected first-round draft pick to Portland in exchange for Josh Hart. The Padres are locking up one of their rotation arms. ESPN is reporting San Diego and right-handed pitcher Yu Darvish have agreed on a 6-year extension worth $108 million. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so the State Department advisory. Don't let your teens go to Mexico. The do not travel warning has been issued across 6 of 32 Mexican states due to crime, kidnapping. Robert Alomont, the former U.S. Marshal for the Western District of Texas, says there is a cartel presence in these resorts, some of which have long been considered safe destinations. Let's see. Sergio Armando Rodriguez, also known as Chocho, is an alleged member of the Jalisco New Generation cartel that extorts local businesses for protection funds in his hometown of Puerto Vallarta, which is one of those popular spring break destinations. According to the Treasury Department, Chocho and his minions launder drug proceeds through close ties to the nightclubs and the restaurants along the main strip, the main strip of businesses. They're responsible for trafficking a significant proportion of the fentanyl and other deadly drugs that enter the U.S. Former U.S. ambassador to Mexico says the practice of money laundering through hospitality services is well established and a good apparatus for appearing legitimate on the outside. One of the things we've discovered about these groups is they may be bad and evil, but they're often pretty smart in finding ways to move their profits around. Of the 32 Mexican states, there are just 2 that are listed under the State Department's lowest level normal precaution destinations, and that is Campeche and Yucatan. Quintana Roo, the popular tourist state that includes some of the vacation hotspots like Tulum, Playa del Carmen, and Cancun, no less, currently has a level 2 exercise increased caution warning. Alamont believes it's time for U.S. tourists to stop visiting Mexico at all until this cartel issue is under control. We're not going to Mexico until you guys get your house in order, he says. Now, the numbers, however, seem to show that there's no slowdown in the number of us who visit Mexico. Last year, more than 30 million people made visits to Mexico. And one of those, of course, none other than our NASCAR friend Kyle Busch. Yeah, by the way, if you're going to go to Mexico, make sure you don't forget to take your handgun out of your bag or you won't be coming back. Guarantee you won't get the Kyle Busch deal. Good morning, Pup. What's going on?
Oh, playing in the wind this morning. How you doing, Steve?
Yeah, where are you at? Where the wind's still blowing? It's calmed down pretty much here finally.
Yeah, it's way calmer than when I started at 8 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
At least it ain't moving the truck around. I just got out and got coffee. I'm over here between Anderson and Indianapolis. Hey, did I hear Horse Feathers right? He picked up some dude at the corner of Hung and Cockyville? I'm getting to worry about that fella. Did you see any of those drone footages about the buildings that were destroyed there in Turkey? It is horrible.
I've seen some of the video from on the ground where people were videoing with buildings collapsing around them.
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they're on YouTube. I just happened to be either ABC News or the Weather Channel, but they had a drone footage up there. There's like, I think they said 5,700 and some buildings totally destroyed.
Wow.
And it's something else. And then you know how tight Syria is. They really don't know all that much over there. And the other thing I had is Dan really shouldn't piss away his vote, even if I'm a loyal Trump fan myself. But the thing about his phone call that got me is he really needs to go back and listen to Sarah Sanders and stuff, because she did mention President Trump and how they flew over there for Christmas with the troops and everything, him and Melania and her, and I'm sure other people. She did mention that, and the reason her dad and Bill Clinton was there to open those school doors because that school had been closed years ago and segregated. Well, it was desegregated, and they put federal funds into that school, and it was reopened there in Arkansas. So she gave a great speech, I thought. I think if Dan goes back and re-listens to that, he'll pick that up. Other than that, we ain't doing too much. Got any big plans for the weekend?
I think just a quiet weekend around the home 20.
Yeah, that's my favorite time right there. Sit around out in the barn and goof off and drink some beer and have some buds over. That's about the extent we're going to do it, things. Just giving Horse Feather, since he's been so good about stirring the pot this week. I figured I'd.
Yeah, right. You caught that, huh?
Yeah. Well, you have a good weekend, Steve. We'll see you later.
Thanks for checking in, Pup. Have a good morning. And there was another industry headline out in California. The U.S. Postal Service canceling their mail contract with a California-based trucking company with a history of safety violations and drivers being involved in 2 fatal crashes in the past 2 years. It is Caminantes Trucking. They've chose to end their contractual relationship, according to a statement to FreightWaves. The Postal Service says Caminantes was notified last Friday about the decision to cut ties after we expect to have replacement carriers named sometime within the next 2 weeks. So if they haven't yet, I guess next week it would be now, because it's been a week ago. Yeah, the Long Beach Trucking Company officially has the same name as the owner, Jose Marturio Correas, but does business as Caminantes Trucking. Listed as an intrastate-only company, 46 power units, 37 drivers, according to the FMCSA data. Yeah, their contract authority has been revoked and reinstated twice since operating authority was granted in August of 2008. Trucks for the company have been inspected 223 times, and 65 have been placed out of service in a 24-month period. That's a 29.1 out-of-service rate, which is significantly higher than the industry's national average. Truck drivers for Caminantes were involved in 11 crashes, including 2 fatality wrecks in Colorado and California over a 2-year period. All right. They've paid tens of thousands of dollars in fines over the years as well. So, well, some drivers that are going to be looking for a job, I guess you'd say. And we're back at 5-7. Hey there.
Hey, sorry to call back, but just thought it was important. I was like that. I mean, I was listening to Glenn Beck and going to live on principle. And Donald Trump already, right there, he said, if I run for office, I'd run as a Republican because they'll do anything that Fox Television tells them to do. So it was all the way up and down the line. He was promising to do this, promising to do that. But Ted Cruz actually won cases before the Supreme Court, and I supported him. And of course, come the primary, I voted for Ted Cruz. Trump won. So I was going to sit out. Heck with it. I was going to sit out. And then a preacher, Franklin Graham, comes on and said, only one of those is a pro-life. And if you sit out, you're letting the children down in this country. And he said, you need to vote. As long as you've got a door to go through, go through. And that's exactly what I did. And yes, Donald J. Trump, not only he surprised me, surpassed anything I could dream of. There's no way you can bring back the coal mines. He brought back coal mines. No way you can bring back steel. He brought back steel. The reason why China hated him so much and feared him because companies were coming back to America. Argued with Canada about the milk. That's why Trudeau hated Trump so bad. And then, all right, now we'll go now. Think about how many, because Tim Scott, what did he do? You put him in office. All I ever see on his Facebook page, he's got his arms around some Democrat because of the same race, and all he's got these glowing admirations for these historic members. Okay, I got that, but what did he do for the people of South Carolina? I can't tell you except for he cried and he made it harder for police reform bill, something like that. Mm-hmm. No, but you know what? I held my nose. I voted for him. And here's the thing. Think about it. If a lot of people didn't hold their nose and vote for the runners, Tim Scott's hanging around Lindsey Graham way too much. That's my opinion. But they held their nose. And right now, I know they're not going to anything getting done. But think about it. There's no teeth in what the House of Representatives are doing now, except for one thing. They're running like scared rabbits. They're like turn on the lights and the roaches start to run because the truth is getting out. And guess what? All right, there's going to be some names. Who is the name of the FBI agent that come in and told you to shut down Twitter accounts? Who is the name of the FBI agent? Now that FBI agent, is gonna want to tell who told him to go and track down where this corruption's at. So, but think about it. If a lot of people held their nose on the Republican rhinos in the House, then the ones like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, and the rest of them would not have the power to Jim Jordan would not have the power to do what they are going to do, and that's get the truth out there and never underestimate the power of your vote. My God, they spend billions of dollars to influence our vote.
Yeah.
They spend millions upon millions of dollars to steal our vote. So never just sit back. If there's just a slim margin of something that you can agree with, go for it. And with Lindsey Graham, I mean, he was neck and neck with a Democrat, and the Democrat was a genuine communist. Everything he was standing for was reparations and all this stuff. He was just a total communist. And Clyburn, Buffett, and the Democrats were spending tons of money in South Carolina to flip it. So, yeah, I don't really feel that bad about having finally, like I said, I voted in the primary against, Lindsey Graham for a guy that I thought would have been better. But on the regular vote, I voted for Republican. I stayed with that because they do meet my, they say more about me than the Democrats do. And he won soundly. But guess what? Still better than a communist up there right now. I don't think it'd be any better than what we got. But, hey, what can I say? But just because a lot of people voted, held their nose and voted, the House has the power to do what they're doing. And let's remember, we've got the laptop. So the balloon's been popped, the laptop's, but we got to start paying attention now, right? Other than that, like I said, thanks for letting me on. And just thought that was important. That never count your vote cheap. Other than that, we're out. We'll be waiting for that notification come Monday morning.
All right. Yeah, by which point in time we'll know where the big party's taking place. Will it be Kansas City or Philadelphia? One of those two towns is going to be rocking at the midnight hour Sunday night. You know what I mean. All right, we've cleared out the phone lines. Wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, indeed, got us a Friday TGIF. What else in the mix? It's 844-844-3388. Well, NASA's Curiosity rover has discovered what they're describing as wave-rippled rocks on Mars. What's that mean? That suggests ancient lakes existed in a region where scientists expected to be drier. This is the best evidence, they say, of water and waves that we've seen in the entire mission. Yeah, according to Curiosity's project scientists at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, in a news release this past day, the rover's been on the red planet for 10 years now. 2012, and since 2014, NASA said it's been ascending the foothills of Mount Sharp, a 3-mile-high mountain that was once laced with lakes and streams that would have provided a rich environment for microbial life. When Curiosity arrived at the mountain's sulfate-bearing unit last fall, NASA said scientists thought they'd seen the last evidence that lakes once covered the region because the rock layers were formed in drier settings than other explored regions. The area's sulfates, salty minerals, were thought to have been left behind when water was drying up to a trickle. But the rover, which has climbed a half-mile high above Mount Sharp's base, has sent back pictures of rippled rock textures. How old? Who knows? Is it millions? Is it billions? Waves on the surface of a shallow lake stirred up sediment at the bottom over time, creating the rippled textures left in the rocks. On the planet Mars, what happened there? Where'd all the water go? All right, on a more serious note in our industry headlines, looks like the trucking industry may have a friend in Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska. She is leading the charge to stop the Environmental Protection Agency's emission mandate for heavy-duty trucks. That final rule, which was announced back in December, is set to take effect on March the 27th. This will impose strict clean air standards for heavy-duty trucks, beginning with the model year 2027. She has introduced a Congressional Review Act to overturn the rulemaking. You've got 33 co-sponsors that have already signed on. The Biden administration is saddling the trucking industry with an onerous regulation that will jack up vehicle costs and hurt good-paying jobs, says Fisher. This aggressive EPA rule, which will hit the mom-and-pop truck operations the hardest, is also ineffective because it incentivizes operators to keep their older, higher-emitting trucks for a longer time. During a period of high inflation and supply chain disruptions, the last thing this country needs is more expensive freight costs and fewer trucks. I'm proud to be leading the charge, a large coalition of colleagues, to push back against the Biden administration's obsession with climate regulations. Now, of course, OOIDA supports the effort. If small business truckers cannot afford the new compliant trucks, they're going to stay with the older, less efficient trucks or simply leave the industry entirely. Once again, the EPA has pretty much ignored the warnings and the concerns raised by truckers in this latest rule. As part of Fisher's new release in support of the bill, she used Danny Schultz, president of Clark Freight Lines out of Texas, as an example of how stringent regulations can affect real truckers. The prior years of over-ambitious emission standards have already created unreliable equipment for many, many years and even driven one of the primary engine manufacturers out of the industry. These ongoing emission system failures are devastating. All right, there he kind of explains how it's cost him thousands and thousands of dollars replacing DPF system equipment on these newer model trucks. There you go. News break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Julio Flores. A Delaware man who threatened a black police officer with a pole attached to a Confederate battle flag as he stormed the U.S. Capitol was sentenced on Thursday to 3 years in prison. Kevin Seafried, 53, tearfully apologized for his participation in the January 6, 2021 riot before U.S. District Judge Trevor McFadden sentenced him. McFadden said it was deeply troubling that Seafried wielded the flagpole as a weapon against the officer. A fleet of balloons operate under the direction of the People's Liberation Army and is used specifically for spying, outfitted with high-tech equipment designed to gather sensitive information from targets across the globe. Similar balloons have sailed over 5 continents. Smuggling goods, people, and drugs into the USA is nothing new. The latest concern is certainly a sign of the times. Border Patrol agents continue to see people trying to illegally bring eggs into the country.
Eggs are significantly less expensive in Mexico, but Rosie Mazes with the San Ysidro point of entry says it's still illegal to bring them into the USA.
To prevent any risks of possibly affecting more of our poultry, it's prohibited.
Agents saw a 384% increase in seized eggs and poultry products in San Diego last year. They've also seized 300% more eggs in Arizona and Texas.
It could be a penalty of anywhere from $300 to $10,000.
And any eggs taken at the border are destroyed. I'm Victoria Idoni.
Patrick Mahomes dominated the voting for the AP NFL Most Valuable Player Award. Now he'll try to break the MVP curse. Mahomes, who also won in 2018, easily outdistanced Jalen Hurts, receiving 48 of 50 first-place votes from a nationwide panel of media members who regularly cover the league. He earned 490 points to 193 for Hurts, who got one first-place vote. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Rihanna is putting in the work ahead of her Super Bowl halftime show, focusing so hard on what she promises will be a jam-packed show.
And it's important for me to do this year. It's important for representation. It's important for my son to see that.
2 Big 12 juggernauts are set to leave the conference for the SEC 1 year earlier than expected. On Thursday, the Big 12 announced Texas and Oklahoma will be exiting the league after the 2023-24 athletic year. As a result of the early withdrawals, the Big 12 will be compensated a combined $100 million from both schools. Commissioner Brett Yormark said the move gives the conference an opportunity to accelerate its new beginning as a 12-team league. The Lakers made a few more moves before the NBA trade deadline. ESPN is reporting Los Angeles acquired center Mo Bamba from the Magic in exchange for guard Patrick Beverley, a 2024 second-round draft pick, and cash considerations. The deal came after the Lakers dealt center Thomas Bryant to the Nuggets for guard Devon Reed and 3 second-round picks. Bamba is averaging 7.3 points and 4.6 rebounds per game this season. The trade deadline set off fireworks throughout the NBA. Kyrie Irving knocked things right off after being sent from Brooklyn to Dallas to team up with Luka Doncic and form one of the most electric backcourts in the NBA. The Phoenix Suns acquired superstar forward Kevin Durant in a blockbuster trade with the Brooklyn Nets against Phoenix, one of the best starting lineups in the league. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Some new and returning events will make for a busy June. Then the old favorites will take us through another thrilling summer. And what of this big announcement? From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA will be coming to Louisville, Kentucky on Saturday, April 1st for a Grand National Invitational event. The pull will feature top performers from 4 divisions of the association's Grand National ranks and will run concurrently with the Mid-American Trucking Show. Several details of this premier-level pulling contest will be revealed in the coming weeks in this broadcast and on ntpapull.com and via our social media channels. The Invitational in Louisville will follow by 2 weeks the 4th edition of the Shipshewana Spring Nationals at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana on Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th. Visit shopntpa.com for tickets and ntpapull.com for info. The Mule City 300 at Gallant Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina returns to the national schedule on June 2nd and 3rd. The next weekend, Farley, Iowa joins the NTPA family with 2 sessions on June 9th and 10th at the 300 Raceway Farley Nationals. Continuing with the Grand National event schedule, the Power Pole Nationals at the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson, Minnesota is set for June 16th and 17th. And then the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super National will put 14 divisions to the test on the twin tracks at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin from Thursday through Saturday, June 22nd through 24th. The circuit then gets a breather until the mid-season classic, the Lions Super Pole of the South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. The Super National overtakes Lions Motorsports Park on July 21st and 22nd. The GN circuit then visits a couple of border towns the next weekend at Ambassador Park in Fort Recovery, Ohio for the Fort Recovery Grand Nationals and the Fairgrounds in Meade County in Brandenburg, Kentucky on July 28th and 29th. Rockwell, Iowa leads off August on the 3rd through the 5th with the North Iowa Nationals at Chamber Acres. 5 sessions will bring 14 divisions into play, and tickets and campsite reservations are already on sale at shopntpa.com. Napoleon, Ohio's Henry County Fair Pole is up next on Saturday, August 12th, and then the tour rolls about a half hour east on US 6 to Bowling Green, Ohio for the National Tractor Pulling Championships on Thursday through Saturday, August 17th through 19th. As each of 13 Grand National divisions will advance their races with 2 hooks apiece on the Wood County Fairgrounds sod. On August 25th, it's the Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fairgrounds in Wellington, Ohio, and we'll be ready to crown an unlimited champion that very evening. The next weekend, September 1st and 2nd, Canton, Ohio's Stark County Fair makes its debut as a 2-night Grand National event where the light supers and 2-wheel drives will reach their season's endpoint. Across the state at the Fulton County Fairgrounds in Wasion, Ohio, it's the minis and the 4-wheel drives that complete their schedule at the Emmy Miller Tire Tri-State Showdown on Friday, September 1st. And Sandwich, Illinois' DeKalb County Fair Pole has Thursday Truck Night and Saturday Tractor Day on September 7th and 9th, where we'll determine the champions in Superstock Diesel 4x4, Superstock Diesel, Super Farm, Pro Stock, and Modified. And we'll have one last GN reunion on September 16th at the Enderley Pull-Off All-Star Invitational at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio. There's plenty of regional and state action in the offing as well, and we'll note those in future reports and, as always, on the schedule page at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Dunlap. All right, back at it here. We get that final hour up and running on a Friday. As we like to say, TGIF weekend coming on here. All right, start things off in the final hour. Talking, will Trump be the nominee? Several have brought that up tonight. kind of an interesting, I mean, it's a long ways off, but they're already doing these hypotheticals. What if this person faced that? What if Biden faced Trump? What if DeSantis faced Trump? If the Republican presidential nomination were held today, Governor Ron DeSantis would best former President Trump, unless former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley is on the ballot. Okay, this is a Yahoo News YouGov poll, which, according to their poll, DeSantis beats Trump 45% to 41% in a head-to-head matchup. Now, that's with 11% saying, I'm not sure. That's a lot in the mix there. But when Nikki Haley is thrown into the mix, it's Trump 38, DeSantis 35, Haley 11, and 15% not sure. So if Haley throws her hat in the ring, which there's been a lot of discussion about that. Of course, Trump's the only candidate so far to actually declare. DeSantis has been making clear moves that he intends to do so, and Trump has noticed, giving him the nickname Ron DeSanctimonious, even before he himself declared. And while Trump was still campaigning for 2022 candidates, although Trump clearly sees DeSantis as a threat, he's been much less critical of Haley, who, of course, has mostly polled in the single digits. He called her, his former UN ambassador, disloyal, but at the same time almost encouraged her to run, saying Nikki has to follow her heart, not her honor. She should definitely run. Now, Haley previously said she would not run if Trump entered the 24 race, but lately she's been kind of indicating she might have changed her mind. Now, the poll also showing DeSantis would beat Biden in a general election if it were held today. But man, that's close, 44 to 43. And this poll said Trump would lose to Biden, 41 to 47. Yeah, big differential. Yeah, the poll shows most Republican and Republican-leaning voters want someone other than Trump, and that actually Haley's the strongest of the field, but not if DeSantis is polling a whole hell of a lot higher than Haley. At least 5 anti-Trump candidates look set to run in at least the early primaries. Yeah, they're not showing the names there. I don't know. We could end up with a pretty thick field of, quote, Republicans in the primaries when that rolls around. Hey, we get the final hour underway. See what's going on with Vic this morning. How's it going, Vic?
It's going pretty good. You were mentioning there was Trump, and I just caught the end of your program here pretty much. But what I started to say was, and you were talking about the Ukraine war, there's a lot of things that happened after Trump left office, and this is coming from, I don't know if you ever heard the newspaper Epoch Times.
Oh, yeah.
NTD News.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, if you caught this evening's program, they said that Trump declassified all the Russiagate investigation before he left office, and somehow, some way, Mark Meadows gave that binder back to the Biden DOJ, and the DOJ went through and redacted about everything. And the reason a lot of this classified papers are showing up with people was because things that Trump had declassified, Biden went back through and reclassified.
No.
So now we know why there are a lot of classified papers in a lot of people's hands, because whenever they left office, they thought they were taking declassified papers, and they were classified. And the other subject they called, that they covered, was this deal with EcoHealth and COVID-19. And they were intimating that there were certain connections between EcoHealth and our intelligence agencies. And they were working with the Wuhan lab because of Obama's executive order that none of the official agencies should be doing any of this experimental thing or gain of function,
right?
Because the risk of it escaping was too great. And then I believe the day before Obama left office, he rescinded that executive order and basically didn't bother to tell anybody. So I don't know if any of that information will ever get out to the public or anything, or exactly where Trump is going to stand on that. But that's just kind of some of the background. And you were talking about Ukraine. Remember, the reason the Ukraine war started was because Ukraine elected a pro-Russian president. And Obama and Hillary Clinton didn't like that. So they actually sent people over there to cause a lot of confusion and hound that person out of office. And that was what started the whole conflict. And at one time, there were people in the eastern, the Donbass, that actually wanted to rejoin Russia. Now they have a different opinion. Like I said, I don't think anybody could make a more boneheaded mistake than what Putin did, because of everything that has came to pass. And the other thing is that this kind of includes China as well, and Taiwan. Taiwan licensed their chip making to Lithuania, which is one of the Baltic states there that borders Ukraine. And China didn't like it, and Russia didn't like it. So how big of a part that played in it, I have no idea. But rather than us worrying about China taking over Taiwan, we would have had a second source there with Lithuania if the whole Russian-Ukraine thing hadn't started. So that's just a little bit of the background that's going on. And that as far as Russia is concerned, or the Soviet Union, the denazification program was never completed. If you go back and look at all that, you'll see that all the people that were convicted at Nuremberg trials, the industrialists in Germany, they now hold positions of power within Germany and some of the wealthiest peoples. And as far as the Russians are concerned, they're still Nazis. So whenever Putin talks about, well, the denazification wasn't complete, that's where they're coming from. And oddly enough, one of the individuals was one of the biggest holders of Daimler-Benz shares. So, I mean, for what that's worth.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I just mentioned that all the people that supported Hitler and put him in power, and even some of the Americans, they're pretty much they're back in power there in West Germany. And Harry Truman actually had a commission, which he went through and pretty much commuted all of their sentences. And they needed the industrialists back in power to fight communism, or the Soviet Union, or the old Cold War thing. So that's just a little bit of the background of the whole Ukrainian war and the Crimean thing. And, you know, if people aren't a student of history, they probably not too much interest, but the Crimean Peninsula has been fought over forever, you know, by one power or another.
And I saw the interviews when they first went into Crimea, whenever that was, that a lot of the residents there, because they had like U.S. news people interviewing people over there, and in many, it was kind of almost like a 50-50 split. Some of them wanted to be they wanted to become part of Russia again, and the others didn't.
That's correct, because at the end of the Cold War, I didn't agree with Reagan on very much, but he did achieve that, and Bush came along and screwed up the whole peace dividend thing, and they were trying to basically, I don't know what they were trying to do, but they pretty much hollowed all those countries out, you know, the whole Warsaw Pact thing. And many of those people thought that they got back to the glory days of the Soviet Union, that they would have a better life. I don't know. Well, you probably didn't pay much attention to it back then, but it kind of got to a critical point to where a lot of the people were looking back to the nostalgic days of the old Soviet Union, because even if they had to stand in line forever, they could still get products. And then there for a while, they couldn't get products. And at the end of the Cold War, you mentioned oil there, that turned into a disaster. They all had to give up the Black Sea oil and the Caspian Sea oil. And our intelligence agencies actually sent valves and pumps over there that blew up, because there for a while our gas pipelines were blowing up, and it's like, what's going on? Well, years later it came out we had sent them sabotage pumps. So there's a lot of history there, and if they don't really look at the history and everything, I don't know what.
And either Vic lost his cell or we lost a connection. So we'll get a quick timeout. It is 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it. Where we leave off there? Bargain Hunter. What's going on? Happy Friday, Bargain Hunter. Morning.
Hey, happy Friday. Morning. The reason why I called is, have you heard how much is a Super Bowl commercial this year? I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, most of them went for $6 to $7 million for 30 seconds. All the prime, like the halftime spots and all that, they went for like $7 million a piece. I think Anheuser-Busch bought 3 full minutes worth, so I mean almost $45 million worth.
Okay. Now, Anheuser-Busch, that's not Budweiser, or that is
Yes,
Budweiser,
yes, it
right?
is. Yeah, correct. Bud Light.
Okay, because I thought somebody told me that Budweiser's not doing any commercials this year. I was like, that don't seem right.
Yeah.
I mean, has there been any hype about, like, which ones, you know, like usually the only thing I've been hearing about is that daggone kick, that $10 million kick.
Yeah, and
that's all I keep seeing over and over.
There's one ad that I've been seeing from what's the guy on Fox News in the evening, Gutfield or something. I haven't seen it. They've released it already, but something where he's actually going after all the late night comedy guys. That's supposedly it's really going to piss them off or whatever. But I haven't heard any hype about. I do know I did hear that there will not be any crypto advertising like there was. Remember last year there was all kind of ads for cryptocurrencies. Nada
Right.
on this year, none.
No, that's because they're filed bankruptcy because of that guy.
Because of FTX, yeah.
Yeah, I did see where I was sitting there watching our local news in Cincinnati where they was like, well, if you don't buy jerseys from us, you know, you're not getting a real jersey. And if you're not spending at least $200 on these jerseys, then you're getting a fake jersey.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, well, I'll tell you what, if you're going to put that NFL logo and it's going to be a fake jersey for $50, I'll take that more than I would a $200 jersey that you're only going to wear once or twice.
Yeah.
But I thought that. And then, hey, with all this wind, is that coming from that balloon we shot that created all this wind around here?
Oh, it's that giant
awful
suck.
windy
It's
around
that
here.
sucking sound in Washington, D.C. That's what it is.
That's what it is. Okay. All right. Well, I was out of the truck for a couple hours, so I figured I'd give you a check-in before the weekend started.
Well, I do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good weekend, Steve.
There you go. I did a quick search here. I don't know. People Magazine. Zach Braff and Donald Faison are back starring in another T-Mobile Super Bowl commercial. But this time they'll be joined by John Travolta, and they couldn't be more excited. You know, but the breakdown on, I guess there's some of the ads you can kind of preview online, but again, we know that there are no cryptocurrency ads in this year's Super Bowl. Let's see. How much is an ad? Yeah, the answer to that question, they all went for $6 to $7 million. And they're sold out, they say. Getting the commercial put together is costly enough, but the price to get it actually in front of all those viewers, as, they command lofty price tags for these companies during the big game. All right, the last time Fox hosted a Super Bowl, they say, was in 2020. Cost of a commercial then was $5.6 million. Advertisers hoping for a spot of the big game will see a 25% increase from that cost this year. Again, $5.5 million in 21, $5.6 million in 2020. And this year, $6 to $7 million is pretty much the going rate. All right, it is 844-844-3388. See if we can get our phones reconnected once again. I don't know what the deal is. They're acting kind of squirrely this morning. We'll come back. Looks like we got who we got? Scarecrows on board, the inbred redneck maybe, and room for you. Make our way into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Plus, we got an update coming up here, the latest on the Chinese spy balloon, which I guess we can confirm now. No, it was not a weather balloon, as they tried to claim. That's kind of laughable, but back after this.
USA News Update. Damar Hamlin is stealing the show at the NFL Honors. The 12th annual year-end awards gala took place in Phoenix Thursday night, just days ahead of the Super Bowl. Winners included Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, who was named MVP of the year, and Giants coach Brian Daboll was named Coach of the Year. But the highlight of the show was when Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin made a surprise appearance and received a standing ovation. NFL Hall of Famer Michael Irvin is suing a woman who accused him of misconduct earlier this week, and the Marriott hotel chain that employs her for $100 million. The lawsuit filed Thursday afternoon says eyewitnesses support Irvin's contention that he casually exchanged pleasantries with the woman, shook her hand, and went to his room alone. The suit argues that staff and management of the Renaissance Phoenix Hotel refused to listen when Irvin tried to provide witness accounts. The hotel reported the accusation to the NFL, and Irvin was pulled from TV coverage of Sunday's Super Bowl. Julio Flores, USA.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, with all the officials kind of him-hawing around about, there have been balloons. Now we had 3, we had 4. How many past balloons? And we just didn't detect them. Well, they've learned an awful lot, having not detected them, because now they're coming out and they're saying, yeah, China's balloon that crossed the U.S. indeed was equipped to collect intelligence signals. That was part of a huge military-linked aerial spy program that has targeted more than 40 countries. So said the administration yesterday, outlining the scope and capabilities of the huge balloon that captivated our attention. The House voted yesterday unanimously, 419-0, to pass a resolution condemning China for the surveillance balloon. which I'm sure that really, really upsets them, right? Oh, they're going to condemn us. Yeah, the fleet of balloons operated under the direction of the People's Liberation Army, and they are used specifically for spying. Outfitted with high-tech equipment designed to collect sensitive information from targets across the globe, they now tell us. Similar balloons have floated over 5 continents, reportedly. A statement from the State Department offered the most detailed, to date, information linking China's military to the balloon that crossed the country. The public details are meant to refute China's persistent denials that it was not spying, it was a weather balloon. All right. Beijing continues to maintain it was an overreaction. It was just a civilian balloon that got blown off course for some reason or another. You know, they're sticking to that narrative for what it's worth. China's defense ministry, we now know, refused to take a phone call from Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin to talk about the balloon last weekend. And China has not answered questions as to what government department or company the balloon belonged to, or how they plan to follow up on a pledge to take further action. The U.S. offered a flatly contradictory characterization of the balloon, imagery of the balloon that was collected by American U-2 spy planes as it crossed the country, showing it was capable of conducting signals, intelligence collection with multiple antennas and other equipment designed to upload sensitive information with solar panels to power them. Which that is rather interesting, is it not? Super Bowl ads. I'm looking at the prices. Wow, they've got the breakdown. You go back in time. First, I got what do you think a Super Bowl 30-second ad cost you in 1967? It was $37,500 on NBC, $42,500 on CBS. You actually had a choice of networks to watch on. All right, they incrementally, I guess like with the cost of inflation, the price gradually goes up. It hit $100,000 in like 1974. Then you continue to climb. 1980, it was $222,000. By the time 1990 rolls around, $700,000. By the time we hit the year 2000, it was over the 2 million mark, 2,100,000. Right at 3 million by the time we got to 2010. Over 5.5 million by 2020. Yeah, last year, average rate was 6.5 million. And again, this year, they said 6 to 7 million for a 30-second ad. 30 seconds for $6.5 million. Incredible numbers. Scarecrow, we got you.
You got me this time around. I can't even speculate what the issue was prior, but either way, yeah, we're right there and with you. Vic mentioned that Epoch Times. Yeah, I've been so tempted to subscribe to that at different times, but for fear of their maybe baiting with the headlines that they email to me every couple times a day or whatnot. But certainly it appears to be a different version of news that we don't very often get a chance to go across. There is one headline that comes to mind, though. Military fighters down rogue balloon. Now, there's something for the late-night talk shows to poke fun at and whatnot. There's one spokesperson that's still running the narrative that we didn't know anything about it. Well, that's like saying, well, somebody better make a trip over to China and slap them on the back and saying, way to go. Good job. You pulled the wool over our eyes. Shoot. That's a bunch of crock. But anyway, what else is new in my
No, I
world?
mean, so this, I mean, what they
They're
said
saying-
yesterday, it makes it sound like, I don't know, how many years have they been flying these things over the country? I mean, have some made it through without even being detected? I mean, supposedly the 3 under Trump, they said that they just figured that out after the fact. Is that malarkey?
I don't know. We're getting so much side talk from every direction. I don't think they want us to believe anything really. They just throwing it up on the wall and seeing what happens.
I heard a comment from one, I can't recall who it was, one representative who alluded to something along the lines that our top military brass, would it have been Milley? Would that have been the one under Trump? That we knew about it, but Milley didn't want to tell Trump because he said Trump would have been, he would have reacted overzealous. I guess he would have shot it down, and they didn't want to do that.
Well, isn't he the one that there was something else that had to do with China that it went total against protocol and whatnot.
Where the phone call was made to the leadership or the military, kind of assuring them we were not going to attack them.
Yep, that's the one. In fact, we just talked about that a few nights back again too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, leadership in Washington. Who knows? Well, let's see. Last night when Pappy mentioned about the big speech the other night, he started out saying, well, there was one person missing. I thought, wow, this is cool. Pappy knows who the designated survivor is going to be. Steve, I did not know anything about a designated survivor until, actually, I started watching that Netflix series, Designated Survivor. But yeah, it wasn't until the news 24 hours prior to the speech that the actual mention of a designated survivor came up. Now, maybe it was covered back in high school and civics class or social studies or whatever, but I guess I paid as much attention to that as I did the English class and whatnot. So, but either way, it's an intriguing, thought, so to speak, as to any speculation on who we could trust to run this country that wouldn't have been, at that speech, Oh, man. Earthquakes. When our kids lived up in Alaska, we would FaceTime weekly, and it was more than once we saw the whole light fixtures in the background swaying, and yeah, they just kind of shrugged their shoulders. Yeah, the tremors are kind of a standard, occurrence, for them up there. But you talk about the mega quake, and we don't hear much about that, if anything. But 1964, the 9.2, quake hit, Alaska, Anchorage and Seward got just totally annihilated. They never have recovered to what they were prior. And I guess it's a curiosity. Does that fault possibly, how far down the line does it come towards the lower 48 and such? But no, that's a reality for what we've just witnessed this last week. I can't imagine what it would do to even with the structures that are built to withstand forces like that.
And I think that's where you say, that's what happened earlier to the phones. It just kind of cut them out. Yeah, I don't know what they've been on a roll this morning with the phones. It's based on an internet connection. I think they're based out of California. So it says audio recording is on. All right. We still. I'm sorry.
Are you still?
Yeah, we're back.
Are you there now?
We're back. Yes.
Okay. I don't know what the world took place there, but anyway, given this is Casual Friday here, going to talk about just for a moment divine intervention or power of prayer. Now, you're going to say, well, Crowley's talking with tongue in cheek here. Well, maybe so, maybe not. I can't explain it here, Steve. But 2 weeks back, over the weekend, I run slip seat, so another fella runs a truck during the day. Well, he was ill on a Friday, so Milwaukee sent a temp up to cover for him. Now, I left him a message, a note, and the very last thing I did when I got out of the truck, wrote a note, left on the top of everything. Be sure to plug the truck in for the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And
you had one job. You had one job.
And the cord, it sits right on the floorboard of the truck here, so it doesn't disappear. There's some pilfering hands, but regardless, we had single digits above and below zero, for 2 days straight. I drove into the yard Sunday night, and even from a distance, I could see there was no umbilical cord plugged into that truck. And after the few choice words that come to mind, I did what I had to, got over to the truck, and now I'm doing some power praying about this time when I put the key in the ignition there, Steve. See that truck, this truck, I've never experienced a vehicle starting as quick as it did. Just twitching the key, and it was running smoothly. It was like you had 96 volts turning that starter over. It was, I can't explain it. I was sitting 2 days like that, and the cold is usually going to go and then finally, but it was instantaneous, and was it the hand of God reaching down? We can laugh it off, but it was just the strangest thing. But regardless, I could think of a few other casual things here, but beyond that, I'll let her be at that. You can get another couple of calls in here, and we'll call it a week there, Steve, and prep for next week.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. Have a good morning. All right. We shall return into a final break here on a Friday morning, and we should have time to squeeze a couple in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. EDT will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I didn't come across this earlier in my show preparation. I must have missed it when I scoured through Freight Waves. But I did, before we wrap things up this Friday morning. I'll give you the rest of the story. Things may soon get interesting in the less-than-truckload mergers and acquisition space. On the TFI International Analyst Call Monday night, it was revealed that the Montreal-based transport conglomerate held a 4% stake, or a little more than 1 million shares, in ArcBest Corporation, an asset-based LTL carrier and non-asset-based provider located in Fort Smith, Arkansas. TFI spent $89 million for that stake. Now, TFI's chairman, president, and CEO did not discuss the possibility of any type of a deal, other than to say TFI would like to explore mutually beneficial operating opportunities. He spoke highly of ArcBest, noting that because TFI and ArcBest's asset-based LTL units are unionized, there are some things we could work together on and improve over time. For example, TFI's U.S. LTL operation, T-Force Freight, owns a large amount of unused real estate. ArcBest could be part of the conversation should they be interested, he said. Now, one transportation analyst for Cohen & Company said that TFI's action speaks louder than Bedard's words. I believe TFI's interested in acquiring ArcBest. Regarding Bedard's efforts to tamp down speculation of a potential deal, Seidel said that it's hard to put the toothpaste back in the tube, as the old ad goes. Any discussions, if they happen, would not take place until after ArcBest reaches an agreement on its upcoming Teamster contract, which expires in June. ArcBest, not surprisingly, was not immediately available for comment. So, as they say, things may get interesting in the LTL mergers and acquisition space. There you go. All right, lastly, 5-7 had some comments here. You calling about the dude that was carrying the Confederate flag there on Insurrection Day?
Yeah, the news, on your news broadcast, it said that he got a little over 3 years.
Correct.
Of jail time. I've been sharing that picture of him standing in the Capitol with the pole and the flag, and it clearly said in the statement below that he was a Biden supporter. Gave his name and everything. Facebook has never one time flagged it as false. And this is when they were flagging anything coming out of the 6th with false. So right there, in my opinion, is a Antifa right there. And along with, they've proven the guy that took the picture of Ashley Babbitt being shot, he was a BLM. I believe he he's been convicted. But this guy with the flag got less than 3 years. He used the pole to attack a Capitol police.
He was
officer.
kind of using it as a sword or whatever, as a spear kind of thing, and yeah.
And they're threatening people that were just on the property with 20 years, Trump supporters. So I think that little meme at the bottom, or that little statement at the bottom said he was a Biden supporter. He got away with it. So, but I'll try to reshare it, bring it up, and I'll try to share it on the Facebook, or your Facebook, or the fan page. But hey, when I heard the news, I said, I knew I hung on to that one for a reason, because Facebook wouldn't touch it. So I'm sorry to call back. I hope I didn't take anybody else's time. So I'm going to jump off here and call somebody else, I guess.
Right, yeah, we got just enough time probably to break down the details there. Kevin Seifried was his name, the guy that was carrying the Confederate flag, the famous photo, through the Capitol halls on January the 6th of 21. Now, last summer, he was found guilty of one felony count of obstructing an official proceeding, 4 misdemeanors connected to his participation at the rally. He says, "I never should have entered." Of course, that's after being sentenced to three plus years, whatever it was, 3 years. And now federal prosecutors were looking for a 70-month sentence. His lawyers counter with no more than 1 year and a day. The judge, though, which they say was nominated by Trump, called Seifried's conduct humiliating. He also said Seifried should have known better than to enter the Capitol on that tense afternoon. The judge told Seifried that bringing a Confederate flag into one of our nation's most sacred halls was outrageous. In addition to his 3-year prison term, Seifried was also sentenced to 1 year of supervised release and $2,000 in restitution obligations. His son was sentenced to 2 years in jail last October. His father did not do what a father should have done, said the judge. All right. And, of course, they had the testimony from the U.S. Capitol police officer that testified that he was jabbing at him with the end of the flagpole multiple times. And that was caught on video saying, F you, I'm not leaving. Where are the members at? Where are they counting the votes at? He wanted to get in there. All right, there you go. So that's where we'll close things out on a Friday. Enjoy your Super Bowl weekend, right? Be safe, don't eat too much, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour here on a Sunday night to Monday morning. Hope you can join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.